item on this. All right, so
I don't know where I'm sitting at. I'm going.
before we start, I do want to recognize a couple people who are with us. Incoming City Councilman Matt Carlucci is here, and then I had invited Chip Cordes is here along with Shannon Everett. We're going to be talking about the master plan, and Mr. Cordes's company has built a lot of the charter schools in my district. So as we discussed standards and options, I just asked him to come and be the expert in the room if there were any questions about those building codes. Other than that, we welcome everyone else who is here. And Dr. Green, we're going to let you start with the facilities specifications, and we will move through to the facilities master plan.
Thank you, Ms. Hershey. The facilities master plan we're actually going to present in 3 phases. Phase 1 will be building traditional versus charter school. Phase 2 will be an introduction, or I won't say introduction, will be a section done by Mr. Nelson that relates to if we were looking at a plan that was centered around a $1.5 billion. And then the last phase is my presentation on my recommendations for the master's facilities plan. So at this time, I'm going to ask Paul Sowers to come forward, and he will start on the section traditional versus charter school.
First of all, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Do I have a clicker here by any chance? Okay, all right, thank you. So we're here to kind of do what we wanted to kind of show a comparison, talk about the statute, and then kind of show a comparison of traditional public school construction versus charter school construction. And as Board Member Hershey mentioned, we did receive information from Mr. Chip Cordes, who kind of pulled together traditional public school costs across from 2017, which involves 17 schools. And so that we have like an average cost of traditional public schools back in 2017 compared to a typical charter school cost, which was provided. That was helpful to, and we looked at those costs compared to what we do and kind of put together this brief. So you're going to see that today. Start off with the statute, Florida Statute 1013.385, which really talks about SREF exceptions. Generally speaking, we are required to follow SREF. Now, this law was just revised this latest session, and language was taken out. It used to require any exceptions to have a special workshop, to have a declaration that the changes would not compromise student safety or would not compromise quality of education. All that language was restricted. So now you just simply need a majority vote at a public meeting, no earlier than 5 p.m. to adopt a resolution to grant certain exceptions. Here are some typical exceptions that you see, or that are in law, I should say. The use of wood studs versus concrete block and non-load bearing walls, or you can also use metal studs as well, but not necessarily required to use concrete block. Allows the use of well-drained gravel for walkways, roadways, driveways, and parking areas. If you're inclined to do that to reduce costs. You don't necessarily have to provide street lights for those gravel or grass parking areas. I will say these 3, you don't really see a lot of gravel student parking lots are non-lighted. You don't. But that's just exactly what the law says verbatim. That's why we're showing it to you. So what you may read in the law, you may think, okay, this is something people are doing. No, they're not. But the last bullet, any other provision that limits the ability of a school to operate in a facility on the same basis as a charter school, as long as the Regional Planning Council determines there's sufficient hurricane shelter capacity. So you can put forward other exceptions to SREF, which we could do. and that we just need to capture it in a resolution, and it has to go through and get a majority vote. We're also required to do hurricane shelters where they're needed based on what the city of Jacksonville determines. And we've had to provide hurricane shelter capabilities, most recently in a wing addition at Douglas Anderson. So another school that had to have them as well. So that does drive cost up. Then we want to kind of show a key comparison. There is a cost difference between the cost of a traditional public school and a charter school. There really are. One of the main differences is the classroom size area. And our following the SREF, we have followed SREF up to this point in time because we're required to by law. The SREF mandates classroom sizes of around 882 for elementary, and they're around 880 to 900 square feet. In addition, SREF typically has a recommended space for storage, which is about 100 square feet. That space has been rolled into our newer schools. So if you go into a Waterleaf or into a Bartow, your classroom size is going to be 980, almost 1,000. And then you have a bathroom facility that's another 30 plus square feet. So our classrooms really run about 1,000 square feet compared to a charter school, which was around 600. Is that about accurate?
625.
Yeah. So a charter school classroom is about 40% smaller. So if somebody really needed to drop costs, you would reduce the classroom size. I'm not recommending that, but that's a big reason why there's such a big difference in cost. It's not other things that people may say. So these two come together. Interior block walls. We typically put interior block walls in the corridors. So when you walk into the school to the entrance ray and you go into the hallway, you want to have a block wall. It's more durable, lasts longer, and in this day and age, with what's been going on recently, it's something that we're going to want to do. We're going to want to make those walls as secure as we can. And we're even going to look at doors, what we can do with doors. That's an important point going forward, more so than maybe in the past. So that's a key difference. The charters don't have to have those, and typically don't. The ability to co-teach. If you do size classrooms at 600 square feet, you can fit 18 students in there and max a classroom out. And it's efficient. It is efficient. I mean, a lot of what's behind charter school design is cost efficiency. But if you do that, and you get an influx of students that didn't register, didn't show up on day one at school, which happens here pretty often, you're not going to fit in that classroom unless they're kindergartners or first graders. Whereas in our classrooms that are larger, we can go up to 30 desks and we can co-teach. And somebody maybe more experienced in academics, and refer to Mr. Nelson, can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, and with the way the size of our classrooms, we're basing that based on the fixed capacity of the classroom, which gives us the ability to expand the classroom and the possibility of co-teaching if there's no other further room in the school. But however, with a charter, the charter's application has an enrollment cap. And so, we would have to continue to keep accepting students, and in a classroom of 880 square feet, trying to put 25 or 26 modern student desks in a room that's only 610 square feet, it would, along with the computer cards that we have, the interactive monitors, it would make that room very tight, very quick, and take away any ability of doing a co-teach to comply with class size amendments. So the larger classroom does give us that ability, since we are not capped, and any student that comes to the door, we enroll and teach. And so that would be one impact on the having a smaller classroom and build it to that standard.
That's a pretty big one when you're talking about 600 versus 1,090, because that's what we had to have. Bathrooms, we typically provide bathrooms up through grades 2 and 3. I think you stopped at K1, if I'm certain. Yeah. So that takes up an additional amount of square footage. We have ESC service support rooms. These are smaller rooms that we pull out for speech therapy, for different types of ESC services, typically not found in a charter school. Now, you could do it by giving up a classroom if you wanted to, but that's typically what we have. Covered outdoor spaces. We both have covered outdoor spaces, but you're going to notice that traditional public school has a lot more. Typical, you'll have covered spaces for parent drop-off and front entrances and what have you, but you don't tend to have as extensive bus covered areas because only about half the charter schools transport, and that transportation is limited. Traditional public school, a lot more buses, a lot more transportation, much more extensive covered walkway. $1,000 a yard. If you look at a covered walkway and you look at the foundations that are in there, because you got to take into account hurricane uplift. So they have to be built in the ground with really solid foundations to hold them in place. So they're kind of expensive. So that's another big difference. Kitchen, we have full-size kitchens, prepare food, serve. We're all members of National Lunch. after-school breakfast program, after-school snack program. Charter schools tend to, I think about 75% of them belong to the National School Lunch Program, but about half cater, bring food in. So they typically don't have to prepare food in their kitchens, so they have smaller kitchens. We have full-size kitchens. So that's another big difference. Athletic fields, both have athletic fields. Typical traditional public school is going to have more and larger athletic fields than a typical charter school. And then hurricane shelter, if we're required to do it, we have to do it, and they're typically not required to do it. And so that just gives you a feel, but just kind of remember, 1,000 square foot versus 600, 40%. The cost can come down, but the classrooms have to get smaller. That's the fundamental difference that you're going to see. And here's some cost information, again, provided by Summit Construction. It kind of shows this column, these are actuals from 2017. So I got to say a key thing. Our plan is the budgeted cost in the future. So budgeted cost in 2022, 2023. Think about the first block that has to go out if we put together a $500 million block. It's not going to start happening. The earliest will be 2021, and then you're going to be building 2022, 2023, probably over a 4 or 5 year period to finish all that work. And so the costs have to hold as you escalate. That's a key point. Think about in 2017 what you knew. Would you have predicted steel tariffs, aluminum tariffs? Would you have predicted a trade war? Would you have predicted that you're going to hit soil contamination, ash contamination sites? Would you have predicted school safety, school security requirements, hardened corners, things that are happening? No. But when we get to 2021, that all of the money in the plan is all we're going to have. And if we don't have enough, we're not going to finish. The schools, the first schools get built, the latter schools don't because there's not sufficient funding. So we had to make sure that the money we budgeted in our plan was towards the higher end, but we were confident that we would have enough money to execute. That's kind of a key point. So if you look at these costs again, traditional. This is from 17 schools. Kind of see public schools. I think 12 were from Orange. You remember from the FCI briefs, you talked about how Orange County had a sales tax over $300 million came in, and they built 11 schools. That's 11 or 12 is 17 in Orange County. Then you got Pasco County, Nassau County, Hamilton County are where these costs came from. And again, they're actuals. So charter school, this is their typical model, right? So you have a base cost for the building itself, legal design, site improvements of $11,900, and I think we talked about it, added an auditorium and a gym. The cost will go up to $16 million. But it's definitely less than ours. There's no doubt about it. But you got to remember the classroom size difference. FF&E, our FF&E costs include everything's purchased off a state contract, and so it's cost effective. And those contracts are bid, prices are pretty competitive. But we also look at the quality, the welds. We buy furniture, it has to have 15 years to life warranties. We'll go back and get that. We have to cover computers. We have to cover instructional materials. It's pretty much all the costs that would go in. Whereas in a charter school, this is pretty much an allowance, right, for what you provide. That's not an actual.
That covers all the tables and chairs and seats. It doesn't cover computers or
Yeah, I mean, and
electronic.
it's really not apples to apples. That's one of the points I'm going to get across to everybody. When you look at these two, and somebody comes in here and says, I've got a student station cost of $13,500 or $17,000. They're not. It's not apples to apples. The simplest thing to understand is that if you just reduce our classroom size, then we start looking at charters. But we have a different mission. We've got to take all comers to come up to the school on day one. We have extensive transportation. We have extensive food service programs. It's fundamentally different programs. We're not the same. Utilities are different. Again, these are actuals. That's your allowance. This hurricane shelter cost for 12. That's an average across the 17 schools. I think there were probably 8 schools that actually had shelters and 9 that had nothing, had 0. That's not a real cost. If you have to have it, it's from $500,000 to $1.5 million. So I think the total project cost of $24,638, which comes out to $25,799, is a student station cost in 2017. If you escalate the student station cost forward for inflation out to 2021, 2022, then you get to the $28,000 per student station cost, which is the most typical student station cost in our plan. So you gotta understand these escalate, these are past, they're good to use though, because again, our plan is a budget number. These are actuals, which actually occurred. And so, and what we're gonna pay in 2021, 2022 is what the actual cost is. And it just has to be equal or less than the budget funding in our plan. Because if it's more than the funding in our plan, we can't execute it. That's a key point to understand. Because once we put this plan out, people are going to expect us to build these schools. You know, we're going to do things when we go through the design process. And this is really helpful to get, it's always helpful to collaborate. And we're obviously going to be more than willing to collaborate with whomever, members of the board, with charter organizations to try to develop a more cost-effective, but ultimately it has to be approved through the superintendent of the board, any exceptions. Because to do cost reductions to look like more like a charter will require exceptions to SRF. We have to waive the classroom sizes and things like that. And that's going to have a big impact on the quality of, well, it's going to have an impact on people providing instruction because they're used to having those rooms. And if you run into a school like, I don't want to use a lot of names, but if you run into a school typically towards the beach area, for example, that are really crowded, you're not going to handle that school with a 600 square foot classroom. I'll tell you that right now. You're going to go right into portables as fast as you can. So that's kind of important. Then you can see gross square footage and dollars per gross foot. Our dollars per gross foot is higher than this number, but our square foot that we have in our plan is lower. So the actual student station cost is really two things. It's $1 per square foot times the amount of square foot per net square foot per student. So that's how we get to 28,000 and 30,000 for some of our costs. So I think that's it. You open it up.
Are there any questions?
I don't have a question, but can I add something to the presentation? One of the things that is also important when we look at the square footage of our classes, is that under the Marjorie Stone and Douglas Commission, we have to find we have to have hard corner spaces, and those hard corners can't be impeded by furniture or, you're not supposed to have anything in those areas. So if you have two hard corners for students to go to, then that, again, you're taking away from classroom space and where you may have a teacher desk, so now your teacher desk needs to be somewhere that is not within those areas designated as to be hard corners. And not all of our schools have that as an issue. Some schools that are, I guess, newer built have pods, so you don't need to use your classroom, but there's a pod, a large enough space for students to go into that area. But if the school does not have pods, then you've got to find that space within your classroom.
Do charter schools have to follow the hard corner rules?
They should be following the hard corner rules. Yes. I'm just saying.
But we don't monitor that.
We do not monitor how they utilize their locations. But for us, as the school district, we have made it very clear that that area it shouldn't be impeded by furniture or other things. But we do have some schools that don't have to use their classroom spaces because they have these pods in between classrooms and have found additional ways to take care of that.
So I have a question. You indicated one of the biggest cost differences was the size of the classroom. Obviously, if you're asking someone to construct something, you can direct what those sizes would be. If we built at the standard, as I believe you mentioned that Orange County and Nassau County have built schools with the standard. If the classroom size were enlarged, would the numbers be a little bit closer together?
Or reduced, you mean?
I mean, if we built a school using the standard as like Orange County and Nassau County have, but
they built to SREF.
Oh, okay.
They built to SREF. These are SREF costs.
All right. So, but I'm saying if the classroom sizes were larger, would the cost be more equal?
I think
Yeah.
it's been, Chair, the costs here are 2017 costs. Our costs are out to 22 in the future. So the only way they become equal is if you escalate these into the future. This is a
Yeah,
five-year.
but I'm saying that the cost per square foot is not that different.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I was
Robert.
gonna peek
Those
about-
two right there?
Yeah.
Just a minute.
So if the square foot increase, it's gonna be,
If the charters increase their square footage, this is a ratio, dollars per square foot. So this number would go up because
Right.
more square footage, but this number would not necessarily go up. Kind of, because it's dollars per square foot is the total square footage divided by the price.
right, I was just trying to get at construction cost that was built, the same size that traditional schools are, is there really a big difference?
There's not, in
Price.
terms of the cost per square foot, they're very similar. The real difference is the fact that we just have, you look at the square footage, 137 square foot versus 72. Because we have 1,000 square foot classrooms and they have 600 square foot classrooms. And we have bus loops and covered walkways, and we have full-size kitchens, and we have resource rooms for ESE. You start adding all those rooms and that square footage, your net square footage per student is just going to go up. That's what happens.
Through the chair. So, did the cost, how many of those schools were hurricane shelters? That's 8.
Yeah, the actual cost ranged from 500,000 to 1.5 million. But when you added up the 8 schools and you divided by the total schools in the survey, which was 17, then the average came down to 412.
And 7 of those schools you said were,
Now, there was 8 schools, I think, that had shelter requirements.
and that's determined by the city of
Yeah, the
county?
city will come to us and they look at what zip codes, what areas you're building in, and they look at their shelter capability in that area. And so if there is a real need based on housing and I guess demographics and the way the city is set up for shelters during a storm, then they'll come to us and basically request, if not demand, that we create a shelter. And so we did not want to do it. For example, Douglas
Shall means may, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of shall. I mean, Douglas Anderson is a great example. We did everything we could in that classroom addition to keep costs. The principal agreed to conduct classes in the school. So instead of building portables, she reorganized the whole schedule, put people in the gym, in the media, and just consolidated as much as she could. So we didn't have to spend money on portables to get more out of that job. But we couldn't not do the hurricane shelter portion. And so they had to be built to 130 mile per hour winds, had to be built to redundant structural members, had to have higher capacity glass. And that adds, the state average figures the cost is from 3 to 7% of the total.
One thing I noticed as a former council member is that many of the schools, none of the schools in the core city were built to hurricane standards. And so there is a real need for her. In fact, former school board city councilman Mia Jones used her money to build Legend because there were no hurricane shelters for the people who live in that area.
Yes, so I would say, based on the fact that we have a lot of replacements in those areas, that there's going to be a significant amount of hurricane shelters. And that'll help the
And we're
city.
not reimbursed that cost.
No, we're not reimbursed.
We're not reimbursed. We have that
And the
cost.
number of hurricanes and the severity of hurricanes keeps getting increasing. Thank you.
Remember Anderson and Duval?
Sure, I guess I'm a little curious about the bottom line here, the gross square foot per student station. If we're looking at the total cost per gross square foot for a charter school that's on average or a couple dollars higher than the public school, but they have significantly less square footage, where does that cost come in for them?
Well, they're bidding the work, and the cost to construct new is roughly around $200 a square foot. So you're going to see, no matter whether you're building 60,000, 80,000, or 100,000 square feet, you're going to come in, around $200, which is 190 in this case, dollars a square foot.
Oh, and so that's why the total cost is less.
It's less because they have less. They have
Just less
They
square
just have less.
footage.
They have less square footage. Yes, ma'am. I mean, if you reduce your classroom size by 40%, you're going to reduce your cost by 40%.
So all of these building codes that are optional, that's what it looks like. There was SREF,
That's
but, statute now says, well, you can try to not build to SREF and we'll review that. charter schools don't have to follow that, but their costs are still about the same. So
SREF is not necessary. I mean, a lot of people feel SREF is more expensive. It's not more expensive on a square foot basis. It's more expensive on a gross basis than the amount of square foot you have to build. And SREF mandates the 880 square foot classroom plus the 100-foot storage room. So that takes you up to 1,000. So in order to do, a cheaper, less expensive school, you would have to vote on a resolution on a waiver to not follow the 880 square foot and the 100 square foot storage room. And then you're going to build small.
And it also mandates the size of mechanical rooms, the number of parking spots you have to have in a high school for students. SREF has many, many requirements that we would have to follow if we're still in effect.
We'd have to go in and ask for exceptions to all those to build a lesser school. And we just got to be careful with it because a lot of things that are in SREF are there for good reasons. You can't have a road encircle a building. That's a common thing you'll see in charter schools. We can't do that.
So I guess I'm just trying to think of, as we move into the next parts of this conversation, if we were going to have discussion about not building to some of these SREF codes, is it going to save us anything?
It'll
is the
save,
risk,
it'll
risk
save
benefit,
you in this total cost, man. In the total cost. This cost will come down to
only if
20
we bring
million.
down square footage.
Yes.
But
Or
if
you can wait.
paving,
That's the biggest one. It's not the only thing, but that's the predominant thing. There are other things you could do. We could, reduce the amount of covered walkways. We could pass a resolution that says we're not going to put covered walkways in. And that would knock a lot of costs off. We have, a $10 or $11 million backlog right now for covered walkways for portables.
yeah, I mean, there's a big covered walkway project happening in my district
Right.
this summer. That would not make
There are a
people very
number of
happy. I've heard a
things.
lot from them.
Yep, there are a number of things that will reduce cost, but I wanted to leave you today with this classroom comparison because that's the biggest one. 980, almost with bathrooms, 1,016 or so, to 610 or 620 or 630. That's really where the money is. And these are also, if you look at a charter school, it tends to be double loaded. Right? You'll see them like 1, 2-story, 3-story, double loaded corridor, very, very efficient. Whereas traditional public schools, a lot of like in Bartram are more like a central area, and then you have wings that shoot off to the side. So it's got a bigger footprint. So and there's several design decisions that could be made to, if we reduce the building footprint, if we went 2 or 3 story, all those things would drive cost down if we want to do that. It's more of a boxy looking type school.
That's not to say that during the design process that there are not features within charter that you can put within public school and build a hybrid of combination of both factors, where it would be, which would bring down square footage in some cases or some things.
But I think we need to think of, the newer safety security requirement. You probably have to have less entrances into your schools. To be honest with you.
Is there a student population size that fits that 610 square foot? I mean, I just know having a lot of charter schools in my district. Most of them average, I think, around 1,000 to 1,200 students. Is there, a school that has 1,000 students, is that 610 square foot work, or do you?
It'll work because you proportion 18 students a room. So if you have 1,000 students, you're going to need roughly 50 plus rooms.
And when 1,000 first student shows up, you say,
Yeah.
we're full.
Right.
Go to your traditional public school that has to have the larger classrooms.
It's really a great flexibility to have the ability to co-teach when you get the unexpected enrollments. I mean, otherwise you can't handle it.
The only other thing you said that I'm still, I want to make sure I understand is the accommodations for our ESC students, because I know when ESC students, or at least my understanding is when an ESC student goes to a charter school, if the charter school can't accommodate that child's needs, then they're allowed to say, we can't accommodate your needs here, and then they go to one of our public school buildings. So when we're looking at a design or construction cost, how does accommodating those needs factor in here?
It's a straight square foot cost. If you have to have, they tend to be smaller rooms, closer to the 600 square foot. If you have to have 2, 3, 4 resource rooms, you're going to talk 1,200, 1,800, 2,400 square foot. At $200 a square foot, you just do the math. It's going to be
More bathrooms, larger bathrooms,
Right.
hallways.
It pretty much will always whatever it is, will tend to add square footage. You know, whether it's resource rooms, whether it's larger kitchens, whether it's larger cafeterias, you know, they tend to, having gyms, you know, in our middle schools, those tend to, our K-8s, they tend to add cost, more square footage. So that's the real takeaway is, again, more square footage, we're bigger, is why we're more expensive.
Thanks. So, notwithstanding the total costs and everything else, what is our potential for increased liability if we change some of these security standards? If we as a school board waive what the state has said is the safest building code for children, what liability does that place on the school board?
Defer to Ms. Chesney.
Through the chair to Ms. Chesney.
Through the chair to Board Member Smith, whereas I think that's really difficult to evaluate without specific facts. And I think waive is a strong word because I think the legislation provides alternatives. So I think compliance would be the main issue, and without a specific set of facts, I can't really analyze the question.
Sure. I can appreciate that. I would just say that I think if this board decides by resolution according to the statute, we do not want to build to what the state has said is the safe building code, that this board would need to be aware of what that then incurs for us in terms of liability and potential insurance cost increases. If our insurance is based on having paved parking lots where people are less likely to trip and fall, or whatever the case is, I think we need to be aware of that. I also could tick down the list and tell you reasons why SREF makes sense in some of these particular cases. I just said one. I don't think for this board lighted parking should be a question, given 2 tragedies that we've had this year already. I just think that when we look through these things, that the cost savings is not worth the benefit of building to standard, and it's about people understanding that we have an obligation to the public good in the construction of our buildings, and our buildings, as has been said several times, they're used differently than charter school buildings. They are conceived and designed differently than charter school buildings, and it's because of what we offer more broadly to the public, and charter schools complying with what they offer to the public. And so the other quick point that I'll make is that we've mentioned covered walkways several times, and the idea is that in this plan, we will be getting rid of the portables, and so we won't need the covered walkways to, quote, temporary classrooms that have been around for 50 years. You talked about some folks in your district being really excited that they're getting covered walkways. I think some folks at Sandalwood are really excited that they will now have over 30 portables, under the plan. So I think these are important conversations, they're important distinctions. I do think that we need to be aware of both our real financial liability as it relates to this, but also just the responsibility to the public good as we think about our school construction as well. But overall, I think it's more of an education gap for the public to understand than I think any real question that you or the superintendent is trying to put before the board right now. Is that a fair interpretation? Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Wellington.
Yeah, through the chair. One of the questions I have, because I know we have a bunch of old schools and we're talking about a 882 square foot situation for new builds, but currently in our current schools, are we near that 882? Some of the schools in District 4, for example, that are 30, 40, 50 years old, did SREF come into play when? Because we're talking about transitioning from one school to the next school, but I think some of these classrooms are already smaller.
Yes, sir, they are smaller, and we have seen it is through coaching. We've had a number of requests, sometimes board members, several members probably have, taking tours through schools and seeing co-teaching in a 600 or 700 square foot classroom. Everyone's really tight and compressed. I'm trying to think of some, Carter G. Woodson, maybe one example that where that's occurred. And so they are smaller classrooms.
Yeah. The other point, and I think oftentimes we look at charters and say, oh, they get more lenient regulations than we do. And this is an opportunity, and I'm not saying we have to be unsafe with things, but I think we should take a hard look and figure out where can we actually use the law into our favor, because oftentimes it swings the other way. And doing it with the due diligence to ensure that it's safe, but also looking line by line to say, actually, this actually does have cost savings. Because every little bit, when you add all the number of square footage, it does add up to a quite considerable amount. So I think it's something to definitely take a hard look at, with the caveat of ensuring that everyone's safe. Is going to be important. And then I have a question around, so the shelter situation is one that keeps coming up. And so we have community centers that are shelters and schools that are shelters. City council decides all of that, correct?
It comes from the city. I don't know exactly how it goes to the EOC first to the city council, but it does come through city council.
29 of the current 31 shelters in the county are schools. The 30th is Legends, and then at the CJ downtown campus is the 31st. Of the 29, the city routinely opens 11 automatically in case of a storm, and then 9 other shelters are on standby. But in the past 3 hurricanes, we've opened 11. We have a prioritized list from the EOC.
So if there's 31, we've opened 11, hadn't had to open the other ones. So we are anticipating it increasing past 31 based on potentially?
Sir, I would say that we don't, you don't know for sure, but when we get to the point of design, then the city will come back into us and either request or not. And typically, Darnell Cookman, Atlantic Coast High School, they've all been extensive hurricane shelter additions. And so we have to anticipate some are going to be requested. Not all, but I bet you a good portion are, given where they're being built.
Sorry, if you're not finished, we're going to
No, I'm good.
About the shelter thing, so obviously my community in District 2 are often the first to evacuate, and so it's particularly concerning and important to me to make sure that there are safe places for them to go. But we also have a rising tide situation all along our river line, so I'm wondering, one member supervises district, I'm sure is particularly concerned about that. Am I correct that Atlantic Coast is a medical shelter? Do we have other medical shelters?
Yes, we do. And we also have shelters specific for pets and just general shelters.
Okay, so some shelters are really designated for very specific things, and I think it was Irma, we had to evacuate the hospitals because the hospitals flooded, so then they went into to Atlantic Coast, and so I would assume then that with the anticipation of ongoing climate effects, that making sure that we have the appropriate number or more shelters, specifically I think for rising tide concerns throughout the city, will be, I would imagine, important to the council or something that they think about. And that's particularly costly when we're starting to talk about design. So like a medical shelter is going to be much more costly than a non-medical shelter.
Atlantic Coast has a generator about half the size of a school bus with a 5,000-gallon diesel tank. And in the ceiling of the gym, there are actually devices that lower down that you can work as an ICU right in there in the gymnasium. And they were taking patients straight from the surgical theater at Mayo into Atlantic Coast. And it wasn't Irma, it was Matthew, I believe. And they were also taking patients from the counties down south. And they were evacuating their residences down there.
Just some space where we may be looking at anticipated costs associated with that, obviously.
Any further questions?
I do. Yeah, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I think it's also very important that as a district, you can't, I don't believe, just do a resolution for all 20, if our plan says 28 new schools. I think we need to do each school individually, and we can create a process by sort of a flow chart as to when do you make a decision about doing this. So First question is this school being requested to be a hurricane? If the answer is yes, then straight ESHRA. There's nothing else to talk about. But what if it comes back no? It's not designed to be a shelter. Is this a high school? I think high schools, we have to think very differently than elementary. One, many of the safety and security are about the things that have been happening at the high school level. So we may say, no, high school, all interior walls will be block or brick, whatever the right terminology is. So we can create a flow chart where there's opportunities to say, okay, this is an elementary school. What about all non-core areas? Could those be drywall spaces? The board may say yes. Therefore, now you need to enter, we're going to do a resolution that allows us this flexibility for this particular school. So if it pleases the board, we can have staff sort of develop this flow chart that gives the board the flexibility and sort of using critical questions about what we want to happen for certain schools. Therefore, we're sort of doing a hybrid. There are moments that we will take the advantage of this law that says we have this flexibility, and then there are moments, no, we will not, because one, it's been designated as a hurricane shelter, or two, it doesn't meet the threshold of these specific questions.
That's one other question. Through the chair. We're talking about new builds, and then we can also have a conversation about renovations. Most of the schools in my area are renovations. When we're thinking about renovations, if it was not up to SRF standards before, and then we actually start a renovation, do we have to then bring it up to SRF standards? Or does it get grandfathered in based on it being?
Really, we have to, if you go above a certain threshold, which typically like 50% of the value of a space, defined wing, or the school itself, then you have to bring it up to the current code. You know, that's really how the code works, is they realize people have money. Once you show up with money, you tend to made to comply.
I think it would be good to add to that list of criteria, is this school, does it have any, with the ESD population or EBD, those kinds of things do make a difference in classroom size. I hope this conversation was beneficial for the board and the public to get an idea. I appreciate Dr. Green's willingness to say that we can evaluate this on a school-by-school basis. We've seen counties in Florida like Orange County and Nassau County take advantage of this, and I think as we move forward and do our due diligence and act as good stewards, it's just a good conversation to have. And just for the record, we know who you are and you are the expert. Could you just share with everyone your background and your title, just for everyone?
I'm the Executive Director for Facility Design and Construction. I am a Naval Academy graduate. I was retired from the Navy after 28 years as a captain, Civil Engineer Corps. I was the Navy's engineer for all the different bases, plus in the CB battalion, been in the desert, and all those things. I'm a licensed professional engineer, and in the Navy I was also a certified contracting officer. I've done a couple $1 billion contracts. So I've done a lot of contract work. I've been working with the district going back to 2007 off and on. So I've got an extensive experience going back over a decade. That's who I am.
All right, thank you very much.
And a very nice guy.
That's his wife, but
I think she likes him.
Well, Tracy's setting up the next PowerPoint. If I could just add one other thing related to make sure everyone's clear. Charter schools have to build to the state building code standard and the fire code standard. There's not a total exception where charters can just build to whatever standard. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that they are required to build the building code and the fire code. The additional thing is we are required to do that in addition to SREF. And so I just want to make sure that that's the distinction. So it is. Well, good morning, everyone. I think most people know me. My name's Don Nelson. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Operations. And within Ops, there's 9 departments. One of them is Facilities and Maintenance, Police Department, Warehousing, Food Service, Transportation. Whole litany. If it has nothing to do with instruction, it probably comes under Operations at some point in time. Through this process, we had discussed at several meetings, I believe, what if we only had 1.3 billion? What would 1.3 billion? I think one of the meetings it was discussed 1.3 billion would clear our deferred maintenance, which currently is 243 million, and in 5 years projected out to be 1.03 or 08 billion, and then that would give you just a few hundred million to renovate and build and construct new schools. This is further on to that to show you, well, what if we only have 1.5 billion? What would be the impact if we only have 1.5 billion to initiate the projects that were discussed? Now, for this presentation, the scenarios that we used were what was presented to the community, because we all knew what those were when this was developed. It was what was presented to the community. Okay, and then the recommendations were from the Cooperative Strategies, the contractor that we had. And the results, what you're going to see up here, they're all hypothetical, based on what if we only have 1.5 billion. So they're not, the numbers are not they're all hypothetical, just based on a dollar amount of 1.5 billion. And like we did previously when we discussed 1.3 billion. And then the contractor's proposal that we did the community meetings from January to April was based on 1.9 billion. The FCI that we've discussed when we did the community meetings back in January, February, the Facilities Condition Index is based on 5 priorities. Okay, and then within those 5 priorities, the engineering group, Jacobs Engineering, when they did all the inspections of all the schools, they used these 5 priorities when they costed out all the items that they were looking at in a school, and they visited every schoolhouse. They visited no district buildings. They did not visit this building unless it was for a meeting. They were not inspecting this building at all or any other ancillary buildings. They were only inspecting and looking at schools. And so when those engineering companies, the engineering went out, at any one school, there might be 3, 4, 5 inspectors from Jacobs Engineering at that school. And that would have happened late spring last year going through the summertime. And these are the 5 areas that they're looking at. Obviously, one would be the most important. So individually, if you look at what's mission critical, well, the mission critical, one thing, if you're not going to be able to occupy that school, that's fire alarms. This is an example. You cannot, if you can't occupy the school because the fire alarm system's out, then that's it. It's a priority 1. So the priority 1's one of the examples would be a fire alarm system. Priority 2, what's the indirect impact to educational mission? Well, roofing. We don't want to be sitting in a room with the water dripping down. Roofing is always our priority. One of our highest priorities, roofing and windows and air conditioning, especially in the state of Florida with air conditioning. But in this case, window replacement and roof replacement. Now, to talk about windows for a moment, the funding level that we currently receive, I think we're on the 6th year of replacing, 5 or 6 year of replacing windows at one middle school. Because our funding is so low, we have to take that work out and stretch it each year, do a little bit each year. And we can't spend what we have just at one school because something else comes up where we have to do windows. And unlike your home, when we're doing window replacement at our schools, we have to order our windows way back in the fall. So we're ordering windows in October, November for jobs that are this summer. Okay, and so windows are certainly, and roofing is certainly an impact on the educational mission. In addition to the roofing, with our level of funding we currently have, we're not putting on a whole new roof that'll last you 20 plus years. We're capping roofs or patching roofs, and you're only going to get half the life out of a cap in the rooftop. Instead of getting 20, you're only going to get 10 years. But we're trying to make that money that we have stretch further to cover as much roofing as possible. Okay, priority 3, really what priority 3 is, anything that's going to move, that's going to take you from a short-term condition up to a direct impact. Plumbing and electricals are a good example of that. Okay, our plumbing needs and electrical needs around the district. And so if we don't treat these things as a priority 3, they are eventually going to become a priority 2 when the plumbing isn't working at a school. Now you're directly impacted and possibly creating a safety issue if the sewage is entering the school. Number 4, long-term requirements. As you get into the long-term requirements, it starts getting into 4 and 5, you start getting into the aesthetics of it. I was in the school yesterday, it's relatively new, it was built in 1924, And in that building, in the classrooms I was in, okay,
Took a minute.
well, it's a big park. I was trying to see if anybody's paying attention. But the front part of the school was built in 1917, and I was in the 1924 wing, which is newer. But the issue is a lot of the cabinetry in that room was, I don't know if it's original from 1924, but I can certainly tell you it's not from 1974. Okay, it's the old wood-style cabinetry that most of us saw growing up in our schools that we were in. And I wouldn't necessarily say it's original. I couldn't tell you when it was replaced, but it's things like that in the long-term requirements. How we're going to replace the cabinetry, the paving, the accommodations for special programs. That's what's in the long-term requirements. So if the exceptional education wants to add an ESC wing or an ESC job to a school to treat certain children, then that becomes a requirement for us to somehow modify the school to support the needs of those students. Priority 5 enhancements, really it's back to aesthetics again, carpet, painting, improving the signage, and other things that really aesthetically impacts you when you look at a school. When you go into a school, you get the curbside appeal, and then you get, as soon as you walk into the main office or the lobby of the school, what do you see and how do you feel about that school? Okay. So those are the 5 areas. Now, each one of those areas can impact the cost of getting removing the SDI. Say, for instance, you really don't want to, your funding limits you, well, we just won't do priority 5s. Well, therefore, carpet painting and all these other items that are in it, that would come off the top and you would do less FCI. Well, the reality of it is, the FCI cost that we had in the contract is $1.9 billion, covers all 5 cost areas, all 5 priorities. Okay, and this presentation also covers all 5 priorities. The $1.5 billion, it will remove all of the FCI requirements that are needed. Now we're going to go board member district by district and compare what the contractor had to put out in the 1.9 plan versus what we would be able to afford in the $1.5 billion plan. And this is hypothetical, please. So in board member Grimes, you were looking, we would originally build 2 schools, that would be San Mateo and Sheffield, and then coming over under a 1.5, we would only be able to build 1 new school under 1.5. Now, where you see decline in construction, what you see then is an increase in renovation or additions. So instead of building an entire school, a new school for $22, $25, $28 million, we would then maybe just renovate the school and add a 6 classroom addition or 4 classroom addition instead of removing the school and building a brand new school. So that's board member Grimes in District 2, the Honorable Mr. Anderson. You can also see there was 1 school designated to be built in that area, and it would go to 0. But then you see the additions would go up, and the renovations would stay the same. So wherever you see a decline in construction, that's where the cost savings was made in going from 1.9 to 1.5 billion. And under this plan, as we go through, before I forget, under this plan, no new high schools would be built under this plan. This would just, the schools that would be built in this plan would mostly be elementary, I believe. In District 3, new construction, you see it go from 8 to 2. Additions would go up to 9, and renovations would go up to 12. Again, hypothetical, but the cost of building those other 6 schools, the savings would be just doing additions and renovations. So instead of building an entire school for $28 million, you're going to be building possibly a 10 classroom addition for $6 million. Don't hold me to that number. Okay, District 4, Mr. Willie. New construction goes from 5 to 3, additions 5 to 7, and renovations from 8 to 16. And so again, you would see that would be the comparison between going from 1.9 to 1.5. District 5, Mr. Jones. You see the construction drops from 7 to 4, additions rises from 4 to 5, and renovations will go from 5 to 8. And all these changes, again, would bring you into that 1.5 billion. And then in District 6, Ms. Joyce, you would see it go from building 4 schools to 1, additions from 5 to 15, and renovations 3 to 6. And in chairs, District 7, Chairperson Hershey, you would go from 3 buildings to 1, 2 additions would stay the same, and then renovations would go up by 1. And again, all hypothetical. As you now go into another area, just looking outside, when you look at it from a district perspective, taking all 7 board member districts into account, as I said earlier, we will do and address all 5 priorities in the 1.9 and the 1.5. So the actual total cost would be the same for addressing those SCI priorities. The change in the replacement schools, you see we go from 30 replacement schools to 12. You see the cost difference, and then that cost difference and the decrease in square footage and the decrease in capacity. But where that cost difference is going to come into play is when you start looking at the number of renovations and modernizations. You're going from 34 to 53, and then the cost difference there, you can see what's occurring there. Now, what you have to look at when you're looking at the square footage allocation, to meet 1.5, SCI will all be addressed. But when you're looking at renovations and modernizations, it's how much you're targeting per square foot. How big of a renovation it's going to be. Or how far is it? There's going to be so much renovation that you want to modernize the entire school like we did at Lee High School. Well, that cost factor can be adjusted. So you may not be going in and doing a total renovation where all the classrooms are getting totally renovated. You could be decreasing the cost factor per square foot. What's the good example for square foot reduction in the plan? For within the plan for renovation goes, was $15 per square foot or $25?
It costs go from $25.50 to $100, depending on what level you're doing.
Right. So to meet that 1.5, we would be renovating, but we would not be renovating at the level we would be if we were doing 1.9. There would be less funding per square foot to do the renovation. So if you look at your kitchen, at home, well, maybe you're not going to do all the cabinetry, but you decide to do the floor and the appliances. That's a good way of looking at it. Or you're going to do the whole thing, and now you're doing all the cabinetry and everything else in the entire room, as far as the renovation. So that also had to be adjusted to meet with that 1.5 hypothetical case. The number of additions in construction, you can see we go from 32 to 42. Why 42? Because we're building less schools. So to accommodate the utilization requirements of the schools, we just are going to add more additions, and you see the cost jumped up from 168 to 183. The square footage increases because of those additions, and then you can see the capacity was increased because of the additions. Safety and security improvements. Well, why did it jump up from 1.9 to into 1.5? In the 1.9, the safety and security improvements would be built into constructing a new school. If we're not going to build the school, now we've got to take the old school and do to it what we would have done had we rebuilt it to begin with. So where the construction costs included all that, now we would have to add more funding to put into safety and security at schools that we're not going to replace, but we still have to bring them up to a standard we want to do as safety and security. Portables, the same. We want to remove the portables. We've done a very good effort on our own in operations and focusing on removing portables. We've removed portables equal to the amount of 2,800 students in the last 3 or 4 years. That's how many portables we've removed. But we still have more. The cost avoidance that's in there, that's what would cost us right now to put covered walkways at every portable. $12 million. There was a discussion earlier about putting a covered walkway in Board Member Anderson's area. Those portables are replacing 2 older portables that can no longer function and do their job. So we're moving portables that are unused in another school to that school. And part of that now, when we move portables, we do not, we always add in the cost of putting in covered walkways. And so the portables we're replacing do not have covered walkways. These portables will have covered walkways because the last thing we want to do is add more portables and not put covered walkways in. We already have a $12 million shortfall in what we had to put them in. So those 2 portables, regrettably, are going to replace 2 older portables that are beyond their age, and we can't maintain them anymore. It's just not cost effective. So those will be demolished and removed, and 2 other portables. They're not brand new, but they're in much better shape than the 2 that are replacing. But there's no other change with the data with portables. The portables have to go. They just have to go. The number of seats reduced, if we're going from 1.9 to 1.5, in the 1.9 plan from the contractor, we'd be reducing overall capacity of the district by over 5,000 seats. In this one, it would only be reducing it by over 3,000. Please keep in mind, we're not removing schools for the most part. We're not doing a lot of building. So unless you're going to start removing schools, you're not going to remove that excess capacity. Because in order to also bring down that capacity, when you build a new school, then new FISH requirements come in, the Florida Inventory for Schoolhouse, and what those classrooms were built for. These older classrooms are locked into what they were built for. And that cannot be changed. You can adjust it within a school and make classroom 1 go from 18 to 16 children, but somewhere else in that school, a classroom has got to increase by 2. Is the way the FISH system works. So, this doesn't do as much for the decreasing capacity. It would be as if we demolished the schools and built a right-sized school for what the need is. Total number of campuses, the 1.9 plan would have been 137 campuses. We would have decreased from 157. Under 1.5, if that's all the funding we had, it would go down to 142. Average school age, you can see the difference. There is an impact on the school age, but not as drastic as if it would have been the 1.9 plan. We'd only be decreasing by 5.4 years instead of the almost 13 years under the 1.9. And the total plan cost, comes in just above 1.5 on this plan as compared to the 1.9 that was presented to the community by Cooperative Strategies back in March, April, and May. Any questions? I'm sure there's quite any questions.
Any questions? Could you explain to the board the difference between modernization and renovation?
It's merely how much money you're putting in per square foot. If you want to look at Lee is a modernization. Okay, if you look at the way Lee stands now, and then you look at Jackson, Lee is totally different in appearance than what Jackson is, although they were built relatively at the same time. So Lee was built as a modernization. A lot of money was put in by square foot to do that modernization at Lee. If you go look at some of the classrooms, there's 3 or 4 classrooms at Jackson High School where we renovated classrooms to a totally different level. They actually look like community college classrooms from the technology side of the school. You stand in those classrooms and you wouldn't know you're in Jackson. Those classrooms were renovated. Okay. When you go over to Lee, that school was modernized to a point. Now, one thing that wasn't discussed in this is the cost of athletic fields. We discussed partially athletic fields a little bit with the charter comparison of school. The athletic fields, we have a lot of acreage dedicated to athletics at every secondary school, not counting playground space, on the elementary schools and the K-8 schools. We try with an effort of that. When you're trying to build, many of our students' opportunity to get ahead is to get scholarships in the area of athletics. And we have every year hundreds of students that get athletic scholarships, and we celebrate them every year during National Signing Day. And so we must maintain our athletic fields. We must maintain all of our athletic fields, otherwise we can get into an issue with Title IX in having fair and equitable athletic fields. So we cannot pick and choose what fields we offer. And our fields are well used, not only by the school district, but we also have over 80 MOUs with the city of Jacksonville that also use our fields after hours and on the weekends. And so we have a concerted effort to always maintain our fields, but in the current state we are right now, we almost need $4 million to maintain or bring our fields up, and we're working on about $400,000 a year to maintain our athletic fields. So our fields are no different than the actual brick and mortar buildings themselves. Our fields are under the same stress of insufficient funding. But we do the best we can with what we have, and we target and focus and work with the schools as much as possible, and the athletic directors. The athletic directors at every one of our secondary schools are key into making sure our athletic fields are maintained, because they're right there all the time and see the state of the field. So, is there any questions?
So the portables, it says reduced, so we aren't in the being able to just eliminate them.
The overall plan is to eliminate all of them, but I think if you're looking out on a plan that exists 15 years, I don't think it'd be prudent to make an absolute and say in 15 years there'll be no portables in Duval County Public Schools, because we don't know out in the 10th year, 11th year, 12th year that a school that we have built or that currently exists may not experience a surge in student population growth. And so our goal In the 1.9 plan that the contractor had put out, and the 1.5 was to remove, the goal is to remove all portables, and that's why you saw a spike in additions going up, was still to remove portables, the 438 portables.
And the walkways, are these for all of the schools, or all of the schools that have?
That $12.3 million reflects the amount of money we would need to install covered walkways to every one of our existing portables that currently does not have a covered walkway.
But we wouldn't need it if, right?
Well, we wouldn't need it necessarily, when we had an audit a couple of years ago, covered walkways was hit as an audit, and the state came to us and said, well, you could use this statute in a way to avoid this finding in an audit, which is have the board, back then it was a supermajority, agree that if you remove this, covered walkways would no longer be required and student safety would not be impacted. And 2 superintendents ago, I met with the superintendent and said, I can't tell you and tell you and look you in the eye and say students would not be injured if we remove covered walkways. You can have covered walkways. Students are going to run, students do what students do, but I think if you're at a school, say for instance at Sandalwood and Mandarin, where you have 24 and 30 portables in each school, and there's one of those showers that we tend to get here in Florida, those students are on an island to themselves until the rain breaks. And it does impact instruction. And so, and also, when they get outside the rain, who is going to walk in a Florida thunderstorm and just casually walk? You're going to walk with a purpose or run, and that's where safety is going to come to an issue. And since I couldn't assure the superintendent, I recommended that we not use that statute as it was written back then.
Well, I think this is a really important thing to make sure we get this done. Any of y'all have portables when you were at school?
I like to call them cottages when I was
Cottages?
Learning pods.
It felt better.
Are there any other questions on the resolution?
So, through the chair, Mr. Nelson, can you explain the benefit to the board of reducing, when we talk about seat reductions, under the $1.9 billion plan, we're reducing 5,367, under the 1.5, it lessens to 3,000. So can you explain what the benefit to the district is to do it? Does that make sense? Yeah. What's the benefit?
The benefit is right now with the state of Florida, the way we exist today, using the fish, because we're living with fish assignments to our classrooms in this district based on when they were built. So we have an excess capacity of 25,000 seats in the school district. If you were going to build and get permission from the state but except with a half-cent sales tax, you wouldn't necessarily have to ask permission from the state. But right now, if the school board wanted to fund and build a building through borrowing, the state would probably not let us build that school because we have way too much excess capacity. They were quite clear with us 2 years ago when we were discussing another building project. We started discussing about our capacity, and they said they would not approve any construction for us until we had an effort to start decreasing our capacity. The issue is the seats are not necessarily where the students are. So having a plan that's going to renovate schools or modernize schools, then you can decrease the capacity of a school once you put that cost in the square footage, as Paul had mentioned. Then we have the opportunity to go back to the state and either through construction or through renovation or through modernization, go back and then readjust the capacity so it doesn't look like we have 25,000 excess seats. But according to Fish, we do because it was based on when the buildings were built and not the way they are currently operated. So a classroom that was built to be an ESE classroom in 1967 for 12 students that currently has 27 students in it, or 25 students, is still looked at the state as an ESE total. But another classroom that doesn't, that has 26 students in it, or built for 26 but has an ESE program in it, well, those other seats are counted as excess capacity. So when we renovate and modernize, we then can go back to the state and adjust the fish capacity for each of the classrooms and schools, and then that can bring down our excess capacity issue, or at least the visual that we have an excess capacity. Did that answer that?
Good question.
As we look at these plans and wanting to do new builds and major renovations and consolidations, what role does the state play in that? I mean, do we have to go to, because you just mentioned something about, if we had the money, we could build through the sales tax, so I'm just wondering, do we have to go get permission and approvals, or how does that work?
Through the chair to Ms. McCord, and I'm going to ask Ms. Chastain, correct me if I say anything.
But she looks like that.
Because this is a local, if the referendum passed and we're using half-cent sales tax dollars to implement this plan, that we're not using state dollars, we're using local dollars. Therefore, we don't necessarily have to ask permission. What Mr. Nelson is talking about is because we still have access seat capacity, the state would not give us permission using state dollars to build something new, even though that area could be experiencing great growth and they need it. But because we haven't removed excess seat capacity in other areas, we would not qualify using state dollars. But it's still, as a district, we would be using good business sense to look at our capacity and try to get it in a format that, one, our buildings are running more efficiently. As I share with everyone, if the building capacity is 600 students and yet there's only 130 students there, we still have to take care of the entire building. We can't say, well, we'll just, where's 130?
Put lights here.
Yeah, we'll deal with that. And that's the issue we're facing, why we're bringing some of the recommendations in this plan.
Thank you. Bit following along the lines of Board Member Joyce's question, I hear what you're saying in terms of the capacity and the importance of having a capacity that fits the need of the city. What is the difference, broadly, in ongoing maintenance costs for the more renovations, fewer new buildings? What you save on the front end to spend to maintain?
Well, our current expenditure per month, through the chair of the board members, our current expenditure per month averages around $450,000 a month to respond to the maintenance items of our current schools. And so over time, if we're going to have rebuilding and remodeling schools, of course that requirement is going to decrease. However, this plan would be a 15-year plan. So we're not going to see an immediate savings for several years until we start seeing new schools and newly renovated schools coming online. And at the same time, the existing schools are going to continually get older, which is going to require us to put more funding in those schools to maintain them until they get the renovation dollars, modernization dollars, or rebuild or an addition.
Yeah, so that's my point. And I think we all know the sooner we start to see those savings. Understanding that there's a timeline to that. But in addition, I think what I hear you saying is what would be my assumption is if we have additional capacity and seats that we are taking care of and maintaining that children may not be sitting in, to the superintendent's point earlier, under the $1.5 billion plan, as well as more renovations to buildings than rebuilds, then as we look on a long time horizon, our ongoing maintenance cost and the cost to keep the buildings where they need to be is going to be higher over time. Is this logic playing out? I see you nodding. Okay. And then the only other really quick point that I would make is that we mentioned athletic fields and the importance of athletics, not just to students who might earn scholarships or other notoriety. I think it's important to our vision of all students graduating inspired and prepared for college or career and life, that we incorporate athletics and what that means for lifelong health and well-being. I would say similarly to band rooms and auditoriums and theaters, and a lot of the spaces where students learn, where students thrive, where students connect to their school communities. And so I really appreciate that as we contemplate this plan, that there is a plan that doesn't think of those as add-ons and extras, but thinks of them as central to what we offer in a public school education. So I appreciate contemplating multiple scenarios and understanding that in the time that we've all sat on this board, there's never been we have all this extra money, what do you want to do with it opportunity. And so you have to plan for those things. But that being said, I think there is still argument to be made that if we spend the money up front to have the new buildings, to eliminate the portables, to do those things that the $1.9 billion plan can do, we have a longer, brighter, more whole future for the district.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Nelson, do we have any projections on where charter schools are looking to build in Duval County?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Jones, that would probably be more of a school choice. I currently do not. We in operations receive any submissions to build a charter school or place a charter school from the school choice office, and we review that as part of the district review process before it gets to the board. But I'm not in a position to truly answer your question.
The Chair, Board Member Jones, but the plan is based on an enrollment projection, and the enrollment projection projects charter school growth from like 16,000 up to 27,000. So that growth is factored into all the projections that are used to predict the needed capacities for the schools in the future.
Our projection as a district will remain relatively flat. Well, the growth, so there'll be a growth in the charter school side of the equation in the 10-year student enrollment projection.
And I agree with Board Member Smith Juarez that I don't want to see us construct to a different standard and then drive up our maintenance costs down the road. We have to be very cautious about that. I mean, you build good quality because you want it to last 20, 50, in some cases more years, 100. But you hit 100 years. But you don't want to drive up your maintenance costs by building a lesser standard, and that would be a concern of mine.
I will say that the maintenance department, there's 309 people in the maintenance department, and they from the moment they get there in the morning and until they go home, and on the weekend and evenings, constantly responding to maintenance calls. Tens of thousands of calls come in a year for work orders for schools. So there's 309 people that, for the most part, you may see them in the trucks at the schools, but they're there working those work orders day in, day out, it's an ongoing challenge. If you have an older home, you have an older car, it just needs more TLC. And our buildings need a lot of TLC, and those 309 people, make it happen every day.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Nelson, you talked about fish regulations and reduction of seats. How does that connect to? Because I'm assuming we have to figure out where we start on this project. So how does that determine that? Do we then start with the schools where we need to reduce the seats in a faster rate to be in compliance with the state with fish, or does that not matter once you give them a plan that says 10 years we're going to reduce it, now we can thumbs up?
To the chair, I think overall, if you're looking at decreasing fish and you're looking at a 15-year phased-in plan on how you're going to do that, it would boil down to the will of the board, the community review committee. What are going to be the priorities to go into this? You have to look at how much construction can one area maintain, what are the availability of contractors, And then you also have to look at if you're going to be doing multiple high schools, you certainly don't want to do them in the same area of town because high schools are going to have to share athletic fields. Middle schools are going to have to share athletic fields, which puts added stress onto the field. So, and that's not uncommon. We've experienced that with the building of Arlington, with Lee High School, with Vernon Middle School. All those schools had to share fields, or even when the fields are complete, have to play away games for an additional period of time until the grass on the field actually truly catches. And it can be sustained and played on. So I think overall, it's a question that I can't answer, but it would be, I'd love to have that problem, Paul and I, to sit down and come up with recommendations on what we should do first and make those recommendations. But as it stands now, we'd have to, fish is part of the equation, but because the funding would be separate, it wouldn't necessarily be the number one issue because we would still be able to build the structures since it has some sales tax and not state funding.
The last question that I have through the chair. So we're talking about a 1.5 versus a 1.9. Still with the half a penny. Does that then, if we're looking forward to the future and we have this, does that change what we bond out? What does that change about the stream of money that we have coming in if it's reduced versus at a 1.9?
Through the chair, Board Member Willie, the 1.5 wasn't developed. We did this with the long-term funding with a bond, possible bond. It was just to show revenue stream wise, if only 1.5 billion were coming into the district, these are the types of changes you might see from what was presented by cooperative strategies to the community. There would have to be impacts, less schools being built. The renovation cost per square foot would have to decline slightly. We would have to spend more money in security because we'd be maintaining schools that in a 1.9 plan we would have demolished and built them from the start with those security items in mind. And so it was just done as a compare and contrast because I know, or sure, we did discuss the 1.3, and in fact, it all really did was clear out our deferred maintenance, but it did nothing to really impact the age of our schools, which square footage wise is the oldest in the state at 44 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Nelson, thank you for your presentation, and just again, for the record, would you just share with everyone just your background, your title, and that information before Dr. Green?
Okay, my name is Don Nelson, the Assistant Superintendent of Operations, but prior to my education life, I was also in the Navy. Different part of the Navy than Paul, but I was in the Navy for 24 years, and while there, worked in aircraft maintenance and shipyards and ship maintenance, and when I retired, I started as a teacher at Rivers Payne Elementary, and then administrator of assistant principal at Landmark Middle, assistant principal at Kernan Middle, vice principal at Kernan Middle, principal at Twin Lakes Middle, principal at Fletcher Middle and Fletcher High School, and then this is going into my 4th year in the district as the assistant superintendent of operations.
Thank you, and you live and breathe this. I'm amazed. We can ask you any question about any school and facility, and you know it off the top of your head. So thank you for the work that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I feel like we need a drum roll for.
No. Just give me a moment to switch out PowerPoints. While we're switching out PowerPoints, I think it's very important that we had the background information that came from Paul about traditional versus charter school, and the information from Mr. Nelson about what the possibility of a $1.5 billion plan would look like in reference to the original plan that was submitted by Cooperative Strategies of a $1.95 billion plan. So what I'm about to present. I'm sorry. I didn't know that the big one was on there. That's mine. Yeah. I know that we just passed out the booklet on my recommendation for the master facilities plan, and I think I need to truly highlight when I say my recommendation as superintendent When we bring items before the board, they are my recommendations, and the board then decides whether they're going to support that recommendation or they're going to amend that recommendation. So everything I'm presenting is coming from my recommendation in this particular document. I think it's also important to note that this is not a new, I don't want to call it an activity because it's been more than an activity. This is not a new procedure or routine as we look at our facilities. The district has actually done this probably every 10 years. They go and hire a third-party entity to come and evaluate their facilities and determine a master's facility plan. As you know, we have to submit to you and DOE a 5-year master's facilities plan every year. Here is the difference between and why we call this a bold plan. It's a bold plan because we actually are trying to implement the plan. It's bold because we're actually saying, hey, we see this, let's actually attempt to implement this plan. So I'm saying this to give homage to the past administrations, that this isn't all of a sudden some bright idea just popped in somebody's head. This process has happened in the past, and even for this plan to go forward, it will require an additional revenue source. It's manual. I see my slides changing, but. So the master's facilities plan had to have guiding principles. Everything that I'm saying pretty much on the PowerPoint slide is kind of said in a narrative of the executive summary. So the guiding principles that we asked Jacobs and cooperative strategies to use is that our number one priority is to increase safety and security. That had to be a priority for every single school. Since February of 2018, life has changed for all school districts in the state of Florida. And that safety and security is almost right next to our core mission of teaching and learning. And so every single school, we required them to say, how can we address an increase in safety and security? The second guiding principle, we wanted to reduce the age of our facilities. If you go back and look at the $1.5 billion plan, it does decrease the age of our facilities, but a lot of it is done by adding wings or adding a number of classrooms. Even though you're going to renovate existing spaces, it's just like if we decided to go buy a 100-year-old Victorian house, no matter what the renovations we've done, it's still 100 years old. It will continue to age. And I think that was the question from Ms. McWarez. Aren't you still going to have to put more maintenance in it because it's still an old facility that we've just renovated? Number 3, to remove the FCI backlog. Please remember FCI is looking to in the future. This FCI that was done by Jacobs was looking 5 years into the future, and that 5 years into the future will have over $1 billion in backlog repairs. So it is not based on our current maintenance plan. It is based on looking at major pieces of what makes up a school, such as air conditioning, electricity, and what is its end of life and the need to replace that. So the FCI is based on looking out 5 years into the future, we will have over $1 billion of backlog maintenance. I'm going to skip reduced number of schools. I'm going to go to remove portables. The goal was to remove, we have over 400 portables today. The goal was to remove all portables. However, remember, when you're looking at 15 years into the future, the old adage, build it and they will come, is true. As soon as you build a new school, they all come. And you can't predict what growth will happen. So to say, yes, the plan is to remove all the current portables we have, but we cannot say 100% certainty that we'll never have to put another portable on campus. And last, and definitely not least, is to reduce the number of schools through consolidation. This is about our utilization rate. In certain parts of our district, we have a very high utilization. In some cases, over 100% utilization. And therefore, the plan addresses it by recommending a new school in that particular district. And then in some districts, we unfortunately have very low utilization. We have some schools that have less than 50% utilization for that facility, and not only less than desired utilization, in most cases they are very old facilities that need a lot. They have very high FCIs and they're underutilized. So the plan addresses sort of the enrollment, the 10-year enrollment trend that as a school district, our traditional schools in the next 10 years are projected to kind of remain flat, and that charter schools will increase. Although that says charter schools will increase, as you heard Mr. Nelson say that they would go from 16,000 to 25,000. Today we have close to 130,000 students. So still, the majority of students will be attending a traditional public school, and that is one of the reasons why this is very important. Since I'm not in control, somebody turn to the next slide. So I just talked about one of the benefits is that, again, even though over the next 10 years charter schools are showing an increase, but our traditional schools still will serve the majority of our students based on that enrollment trend. So we need to ensure that our facilities are at a very high standard. We want to improve the learning environment for students. As technology becomes more and more not a nice to have, but a requirement of instruction, we have to make sure that they are in facilities that can manage Wi-Fi, that can manage large technology boards such as this, more interaction. We did a pilot this year at Rains and Ribault on using digital textbooks for U.S. history. And amazingly enough, just last night, I received a video from those two schools, and to hear those students talk about, you know, I used to think history was boring. All you heard about were old people who did stuff. They talked about how by the fact that they could see live video footage, they could actually see the Declarations of Independence being read by somebody that was a historic figure, live video, that there were days that they could have chat room discussion with other students, that they felt this is now something I like, U.S. history. This is now something I'm engaged. This is now something that I don't, now I can understand what's written in the textbook because you see it come to life. Well, that was just one pilot, but that's what should be happening in all of our classrooms, bringing education to life. Our students that we are teaching do not learn the way we learned when we were in school. We learned with a chalkboard and chalk, and I think when I started as a classroom teacher, the IBM big boxes were being introduced, and the fact that it had nothing but one color of green, we thought we were doing something. We've evolved, and students today, the way they communicate through text messaging, through constant engaged with technology, we have to evolve with them. And more modern facilities allows us to do that. Improve, we don't think about it, but improve the health of students and employees, air quality. Our older facilities, We are constantly having to ensure that the air conditioning is set at a level not only for those of us who have change of life issues, but because of mold. You can't, those older facilities, let the air get higher than 80, you'll start seeing mold collect in places that we would need to be concerned. So more modern facilities would help improve with health and students. Increase teacher satisfaction and retention. There was a study done in DC public schools, not Duval County, but DC, okay, Washington. Yeah, Washington, DC, where they put in more modern schools, the teacher satisfaction went up by 40%. If we are still committed to teacher retention, teacher recruitment, I tell everyone, before they teach one student, what is the first thing they see? It is that facility. It's their classroom. Modern buildings play more than just, oh, you have a new school. It plays into people's attitude, and your attitude affects your attendance. Your attendance affects what happens in the classroom. It also improves student attitude, and student attitude improves student attendance. Improve property values. Promotes recruitment of new business to city. I mean, we have a wonderful Montessori school in John E. Ford downtown. I've passed John E. Ford, I think, 5 times, and I've yet to know that's a school. The improvement, we have to improve what that school looks like to now highlight what's actually going on in the classroom. Montessori, we are one of the few cities in the nation that offers public school Montessori programs. Very few, it's mostly private schools or charter schools that offer that, but Duval County has 2 in J. Allen Axon and John E. Ford. And these are things that can promote new businesses wanting to come to our district by the opportunities that are available for students. And facilities plays a role in that. So, you might want to know what's kind of different from the original plan that came from Cooperative Strategies versus my recommendation. Cooperative Strategies had 30 new schools. We are recommending 28 new schools. And because we are recommending less schools, that is why the number of years in reduction in building age is impacted. The original plan, it was going to reduce the age by 13 years. This plan reduces the building age by 11 years. And I think it's important to note that when we went out to the community and we had additional community meetings in District 4 and District 5, the concern that was shared about having a middle school and high school on the same campus was heard very loud and clear, and therefore that had an impact on number of new schools, because in that plan, in the original plan, it was to combine Ribault Middle and Ribault High to make it a 612. It came out very loud and clear that that desire was not wanted in that community. And the fact that these 2 schools really are not underutilized and talking with staff played a role in making the decision, no, let's just address the FCI at Ribault Middle and still look at a new build for Ribault High School. So that's just an example of why the age would go down to 11 years. Increase utilization from 82 to 86%. This plan increases the utilization from 82% to 84%. That example, such as Ribault Middle, Ribault High, there's an example of we put utilization, we didn't decrease utilization. We actually increased it because we, instead of 1 new school, we now still have 1 new one and the middle school still existing. Therefore, you have to count those student stations. The major repairs, the original plan was to remove $1.7 billion in FCI repairs. This plan is $1.8 billion dollars in FCI, going back to the Rebuilt High, Rebuilt Middle. Because we said we put the middle school back, we now had to add back its FCI cost. It would have been completely removed in the new build of a 6 through 12 school. So that's why you can see the difference in cost between the FCIs. The one thing that is the same is the goal is to remove 438 portables, the same as in this plan, to remove 438 portables. The seat reduction, the original plan was removing 5,000 seats. This plan is a reduction of 3,172. Again, some of the changes we made on consolidating certain schools it impacted the number of reduction in vacant seats. So I think it's very important. We talk about consolidating schools, and that whole thing sounds like you're being very effective, very efficient. But I think we need to really remember how challenging this actually will be, because we are actually talking about we're closing schools, and some of these schools have been in existence for decades. And so we do not take this lightly, and that is why we have gone through at least 20 iterations of this, whether it's going out to the community, whether it's meeting with board members, individual board members, trying to find a plan that is going to be the most effective, but at the same time understanding there will be tough decisions, and those tough decisions really surround consolidation. So, as you can see, here are my recommendations for consolidating schools. As you see, I'm recommending Annie Morgan would consolidate into Biltmore Elementary, and Biltmore would be a rebuild. And Don, I'd like to think I have this all committed to memory, but if I'm not saying something correct, please jump in. Rufus E. Payne consolidated into George Washington Carver, and again, that would be a rebuild, new school. Pine Estates consolidated into Highlands Elementary, and Highlands would be a complete rebuild. Highlands, I believe, has the highest FCI. It's in the 70s, and it also has the most acreage. As I told community members, how they wanted to know what was your methodology in choosing this school versus this, why not move it to that school? Well, one, when those schools were built, we didn't have to have retention ponds, and now under our standards we do have to have retention ponds. So acreage of the school plays a major role. So a school was chosen based on one, its amount of acreage, and two, the FCI of that particular school. I believe in the original plan, Highlands was going to be consolidated into another school. And again, looking at feedback and the fact that Highlands has the acreage, we chose no. Pine Estates is closer to Highlands, therefore that impacts transportation in a way that we are not sending Highlands past a school to another school. And so those kind of complicated interactions came into play when we were talking about consolidation. Hyde Grove be consolidated into Hyde Park. Hyde Grove is K2 and Hyde Park is 3-5. Two schools, Gregory Drive Elementary and Normandy Village, be consolidated into a renovated Jeff Davis, so it would become a new school because its grade band has not existed before, so it would become a new K5. John Love Elementary, which is K2, consolidated into Long Branch Elementary. Long Branch will be, I want to say renovated, but I don't think it's replaced. Long Branch is a renovation. Brentwood Elementary in Lake Forest consolidated into North Shore. I want to point out with this particular consolidation, this came from the original plan from Cooperative Strategies. And one is because North Shore is one of our newer elementaries and it has over 1,300 seats capacity. And today, about 580 students attend that school. That school was built to be a K-8 originally, and then it was converted to just an elementary school. The consolidating was to ensure, one, North Shore only meets FCI issues because of how new, based on our square footage, newer building it is. And so this is strictly about, that would have been the best option for consolidation. It has nothing to do with school grades. It had nothing, this was actually a scenario prior to any of that related to Lake Forest. Carter G. Woodson Elementary and St. Clair Elementary would be consolidated into a new Northwestern, a new K-5. Again, this also, it wasn't quite the same original. The original had another school also consolidating into Northwestern, but the original plan was always to change Northwestern to a K-5. In the original plan, Northwestern would have consolidated with Rains High School, and it would have been a 612. And again, through community meetings, listening, we changed that scenario, and Northwestern will be redistricted to other middle schools that are under capacity that are also contiguous to Northwestern's boundary lines. So again, that will become a new K-5. Martin Luther King Elementary and Henry F. Kite would consolidate into a renovated Rutledge Pearson. Is it renovated or a new build?
Rebuild.
Okay, it's a new rebuild. Sorry. S.A. Hall and Reynolds Lane would be consolidated into Pickett Elementary School. Mount Herman, which is our ESE center, one of our ESE centers. The goal is to split that so that we have an ESE center on the east and the west side of our district. It will greatly have a positive impact on transportation. And so Mount Herman would go in on the new ESE center would be Reynolds Lane, a renovated Reynolds Lane, and then a new SE center, renovated Windy Hill. Windy Hill Elementary would be consolidated into Southside Estates Elementary. Susie Tolbert Elementary would be consolidated into SP Livingston. Love Grove would be, it says consolidated into Spring Park and Inglewood, but in actuality, based on board policy, it would go through the redistricting policy, but those would be the two closest elementary schools, and both of these are new rebuilds for Spring Park and Inglewood. Ortega Elementary consolidated with Venetia with a brand new rebuilt. And Jeff Davis would also, by board policy, have to go through, even though we say they would consolidate into Jeb Stewart and a new school recommended for Chaffee Trail, it still would have to go through school board policy of how those students would be redistricted. But we put these two schools because of the proximity of where these two schools would be to Jeff Davis attendance zone. So those are the recommended consolidations. You've received this plan which shows each of your districts, and it also has a district summary. So what I'm asking is if you would turn to page 4, not page 4, page 5. That would start the district overview. As you can see, the district overview is this plan is recommending 28 new schools And new schools either mean rebuilt, replaced on site, or a brand new school in a new location. This plan will reduce the building age by 11 years. So our average age right now is 44 years. It will reduce it to 33 years. We will increase the utilization by 2% from 82% to 84. This plan over the 15 years will reduce a $1.08 billion in FCI backlog, remove 438 portables, and have a reduction in student seats by $3,172. Not dollars, 3,172 seats. Again, I said from the very beginning, this plan cannot be implemented without an additional revenue source. When you look at the recommendations, this plan will cost $1,911,198,425. $1,911,198,425. That is what this plan. The original plan was $1.95 billion. So there is reduction in cost from this plan versus the original plan in cooperative strategies. So we're going to let's make the assumption that this referendum goes forward, is passed. Where do you start from there? What would be the recommendation to ensure, one, that the plan is actually implemented, two, that we focus on the priorities first, because in reality, nobody has a crystal ball to say what's going to happen for the next 15 years. But what we can do is say, these are our priorities, and these are the things that need to be done immediately. So I would initially recommend, or talking with our CFO and we have our bond counsel that is being retained, is that the recommendation is to pledge a $500 million bond. And even if we were able to pledge a $500 million bond, the bigger question is, well, what are you going to do with that $500 million? And so if you go back to the donut, we shared this donut at the community meetings that what percent of that 1.9 billion by district. So if you look at the donut, District 1, based on all the things that need to be done in District 1, they are 7% of the 1.9 billion. District 2, 9%. Let me go back. District 1, Board Member Grimes, 7%. District 2, Board Member Anderson, 9%. District 3, Board Member Smith-Juarez, 17%. District 4, Board Member Willie, 24%. District 5, Board Member Jones, 21%. District 6, Board Member Joyce, 12%. And District 7, Chairwoman Hershey, 11%. That is the percent of the 1.9 billion each district needs equal to. So we are recommending that you would apply that same methodology to how would you use $500 million. So that it would be 7% of $500 million would immediately be assigned to Board Member Grimes. Why are we recommending this? We are recommending this for two reasons. Number one, we recognize that two districts make up the bulk of the issues that need to be addressed. So District 4 and District 5 together make 45% of the entire cost of that 1.9 billion over the next 15 years. So it recognizes that their needs are higher. Number two, it recognizes equity for every district. People like to say we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do more than one project at the same time. So every district could have something happening in it at the same time, yet addressing these districts, these two districts that have quite a bit that needs to be done, as well as if you add Ms. Smith Juarez, they take up a huge part of the, whether it is a new build or renovation, but by spreading the dollars based on the percent of need, that one, deals with the priorities quicker, two, it's equitable by district. So we have shared in this document a bonded startup for each district. So for Board Member Grimes, it would be 35 million. Board Member Anderson, 45 million. Board Member Smith Juarez, 90 million. Board Member Willie, 115 million. Board Member Jones, 100 million. Board Member Joyce, 60 million. Board Member Hershey, 55 million. The key to this is that the board members will need to set the priorities. Our operations department would be there to support you on what you should use for a methodology to determine. If you're in a district that is saying that you're going to build 8 new schools, everybody wants to know, well, whose school is first? And I'm going to allow you and your community to make that decision. But we've given you information on each of your districts that would be that's going to be very useful to help make those decisions of what should be done first. And my recommendation is not do it on a citywide basis, that you do it by district, so that District 4's priorities don't have to match District 7's priorities. But District 4 has to work with District 5, because as Mr. Anderson said, you can't have 2 high schools being built at the same time, because you need to be able to share athletic fields. So in District 5, if we're recommending a new Rains High School, and in District 4, a new Revolt, they can't be built at the same time.
I think Revolt should definitely be built first.
First after rain.
Yeah. Well, we will be looking for a boxing location to rent. You all can have it. I'm just letting you all get to that. You can have that one task. When you look at each district, if you will now turn to page 6, I'm not going to go district by district. One, I think we have to give great kudos to Ashley Barr. Ashley Barr took the information from Don Nelson and Paul Soares and put it in a format that is very user-friendly. And unfortunately, she's not here in the room, but I want to give kudos to her because her creativity just is off the charts. So at the top, you get an overview of your district. So District 1, Board Member Grimes, you'll see new replacement schools. It shows 2. The reduction in building age for her district is 37 years down to 31. Utilization increase is 4% in her district from 77 to 81. What would be the FCI backlog in repairs to mitigate is 72 million. And in her district, the goal is to remove 71 portables. That's the overview of the district. And then below it, she has every single school in her district listed and what action will be taken for each school. So when we talk about security and safety upgrades and deferred maintenance is dealing with the FCI. And I think Don pointed it out when he talked about athletic fields or playgrounds. That's all connected in the FCI. Safety and security has to be a school-by-school analysis. By state law, we actually have to do a school safety assessment. It is due on August 1st, which we will have ours done. That's what our principals will be spending the summer. And so that document sort of will be the document the safety and security will be based on. So we may have a school that has, perfect example, Sandalwood High School. Multiple entry points in the Sandalwood High School. We may talk about the safety and security for Sandalwood is to decrease the number of entry points, or if we can't decrease it, make sure we have more than one buzzer system per entry point. I meant not per entry, have a buzzer system per entry point. Or even today, we have 115 surveillance cameras at Sandalwood. It may mean, because we're adding a 32 classroom addition, we need 50 more surveillance cameras to ensure that that new addition is covered. And the fencing around Sandalwood needs to connect the new addition to the current facility. So that's why currently the actions on this document aren't spelled out. However, we are in the process of creating school one-pagers. And the school one-pagers will have more information. It won't just say safety and security. It will have more detail about what's designated for that particular school. You'll also see when we're recommending a renovation or a replace on site or an addition. You will also see the cost associated with it. These figures come from the third-party expert that Cooperative Strategies that help build these scenarios. So these are costs that our staff decided, well, we think that's what it would cost. It is based on looking at, in the future, possible increase in costs. And Paul, you may jump in anytime to kind of be more detailed. Yes.
Through the chair to the board, things like hardening in school entrances, hardened corners you talked about, the block walls you mentioned earlier, and Dr. Green mentioned the access points and all that. We're going to look at each site because the schools are built differently, and then try to come up with the best set that was going to fold into the renovation or modernization or whatever the plan is for that school in terms of safety and security.
So that every district is designed the same in that you have the overview at the top, then each of your schools listed, what action, the cost of whether it's new construction, maintenance and renovation and security, or if there is, for demolishing a school, the cost that would be associated if the decision is to demolish a particular school site. There was feedback about in the past when school district closed building, they just left them there. And that constantly creating blight for a particular community. One of the guiding principles that we shared with them is we need to make sure that if we're closing a school and if the desire is not to do anything else with that school, that we had the ability to remove to make sure that that area is well taken care of. So you have each district that, and people here that are watching, they also have a copy of this information. So I feel it's explained that each district, people can go through and see this information. The other thing that is important that is in the executive summary, I do talk about how did we get here. In the executive summary, I talked about in 2008, that is when we lost 0.5 mils. Our capital dollars used to be 2 mils, and when we went through a major recession in 2007 and 2008, that 0.5 was removed. Today, a 0.5 is approximately, a little over $30 million a year. So if you think about for the last 10 years, we've not been receiving that. So that's well over $300 million that the district did not have access to those dollars to address some of the FCI issues or consider renovations or modernizations for some of our schools. So in talking about how we got there, we also discussed how many districts, we're not alone in older facilities, that many districts have take it in their own hands to go to their community and ask for a sales tax referendum. And half cent can only be used for capital purposes. And so when you look at Appendix A at the back of the book, we show you the list of districts that are garnering a half-cent sales tax. Many of them also are garnering impact fees and to address their aging facilities. And as you can see, Duval is down at the bottom, and we garner none of those entities. We do not garner an impact fee, nor currently do we garner a half-cent sales tax. So we aren't unique. This has happened to many Florida districts, but they've gone that next step to get additional funding to support their aging facilities. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the board for questions. But before I answer a question, we did also put in the back of the booklet some current maintenance. These were unbudgeted. These are issues that have happened in our schools over the last 6 months that even though we have a 5-year facility plan, many times we can't implement it because of all of a sudden this just happens. So you'll see Fishware Elementary earlier this year. I believe it was 4 classrooms where the wall separated itself from the rest of the building. And as a district, to make sure that we could have students in those classrooms, one, we first had to remove all the students. And then, as you see in the pictures, the beams that we have in place to hold those classrooms together. And so we felt the need. That's being worked on this summer, and that's probably going to cost close to $1 million.
600.
Okay, $600,000 to repair this. Next, you have Kirby Smith Middle School. As you can see, Artifact 1 and 2, highly corroded metal beams in the concrete pillar. It's very visible. We also have areas where we have concrete that is starting to separate. Again, our maintenance department does a yeoman's job to ensure that these schools are still safe for our students. We would never allow our students to be in any facility if it was not safe for them to be there. San Pablo Elementary, you can see the structural cracks that are visible above the door. They are so substantial that now the door doesn't actually fit. You see the gap where the crack has widened the door from the door frame. These pictures are representing things that happened this year that were not in the budget, and now we are having to take our maintenance dollars to divert fixing these situations. And then last, Andrew Robinson Elementary. You'll see the small pinhole of the fire sprinkler. That's what caused the flooding of the entire media center. You see the picture of the water coming into the media center and all that needed to be done to make sure that we don't have issues with mold. Our maintenance department again and other support went in there, cleaned up the water, made sure it was dry, that we didn't have issues with mold, replaced all of the carpet. Whoever was slated to get new carpet, that money just took to deal with this issue. That is where we are today. Today, we are all about reacting to maintenance issues. We are not able to plan. We're not able to have a plan in place that says, this is what we want to address next year. But everything is really about reacting to issues to our schools. We are in hurricane season. Our goal is to make sure that our schools are all at a place where if we are hit by a hurricane this year, we are going to be in good shape. So much of what we do is trying to be prepared to deal with the unexpected. I think all of you have seen I think we sent you whether it was a text message or an email that the last week of school, we had close to 15 schools, air conditionings go down, HVACs. Those are things we have to deal with. We don't have the option of saying, oh, well, you know, bring some water, or, you know, even though we make sure that we are providing support for those schools, those are issues that have to be addressed that day. We can't put it off for a week to say, well, we don't have an option. So that explains my recommendation for the master facilities plan. So now I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Before we get there, I think some board members, it may be first time to really come through it. So I would like to recommend too, as we ask questions today, that we consider setting up a meeting if needed or desired with the superintendent to have further in-depth discussion, particularly if there are adjustments that you would like to discuss. Sometimes it's like look at it, you know, right now. And the other thing I would like to recommend is that as a board, we maybe consider the last week, the week of June 24th, of having a special workshop just to get an update on any changes to this proposal before our July meeting. Does that sound reasonable? I would like for everyone to be aware if there's any adjustment before our July meeting. Just say something.
Just quickly, that I am not available on the 24th. I can be available again.
Yeah, I just said week up. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Week
Got
up.
it, got it.
I think that was kind of the end. So that would give us a couple of weeks to set up times to meet with the superintendent and see if adjustments or concerns, how they could be addressed, and then we could get back together as a board. But so are there any, having said that, are there any questions or comments that anyone would like to make at this time? Vice Chair Jones, you would like to say something?
Well, I assume that we would take this up at our July meeting and not
Correct. Well, that was why I was thinking if we could connect again, that I think that's about the last thing. Any questions or comments from board members?
I think there's a couple of, and this may be something that we can talk about in a special workshop at another time. I'm wondering about when we're looking at prioritizing the need, and we kind of just separated it out percentage-wise based on district, kind of mirror the overall budget. We were talking about our FCI backlogs, safety security updates. Will those mirror that? I'm concerned that, based on the number of schools and being able to get those critical pieces in place, will those numbers look the same?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, yes. If the board chooses to accept my recommendation about going out initially for a $500 million bond, that does not stop SCI movement. They're kind of on two separate tracks. So, and I'm just going to give you an example. So let's just say each district has one new school happening, whether it's a replacement or a brand new, from the bond.
Mm-hmm.
We would still need a priority list about FCI, and then that would just move on its own track, because we would not need, and this is just me speaking, to bond to move those things forward.
So the $500 million bond is just for new construction and renovation?
That would be my recommendation.
I just want to make sure that we're able to get the FCI needs addressed, and that people know that this is something, if we have the revenue coming in, they will all get these needs met.
Yeah.
One other quick question. I have a couple of some things we can talk about, personally or at our next meeting. The reality of the potential to not have a surtax revenue. We talked a lot about consolidations. We've talked about it briefly before, but I just would like to understand, if we're not able to bring in revenue through tax, or if we're not able to do that now, that gets delayed, but not at all, ever.
I believe you will still have to have a close look at consolidation because, as Mr. Nelson says, we're spending close to $500,000 per month on maintenance. And when you look at the cost of running a very old facility, yet we have one that is only at 33% capacity. At some point, you have to look at that cost. And the question was asked about charter schools. As you know, I was at the state board meeting, and the law has changed on identifying persistently low-performing schools, and that part of that now is that Schools of Hope can come build a school within 5 miles of that school that has been identified as persistently low-performing. And that potential will reduce, have the possibility of reducing those schools even further. And so at some point, here is what I will say representing me, is that we have to be better. We have to continue to work with our schools so that they are not in this persistently low performing category. However, we do have some schools that they can't work their way out of it. It would take they would have to make a B. That is the only way they could come out of it. And if they don't make a B, then it would take 3 years, and we don't have 3 years. So that's kind of the landscape we would be facing for some schools.
And is there cost associated with that? I mean, I would assume that that's...
Yes.
There is cost.
Yeah. Because the cost is there are certain things we just could not say, oh, because you're a small school, we're not going to provide. Yeah.
And even if we take children out of a school, we have to do something with that building, with the building that is...
Well, the board would have to decide what do they want to do with that building. But it's still retained by the district until it is surplused. So that would be a board decision about what to do with the building.
I think for me, moving forward, looking at what will happen with these vacant buildings, making decisions about programming, when does that conversation start to come in? And I still have some question about utilization, but I can, those are things that we can talk about at another time. Those are things that sort of in the back of my mind that are still sitting there. Looking at a big overview map, I would like to see kind of the map picture of consolidation. I think that would be helpful for me too. I tend to be maybe visual learner. Not really, I'm an auditory learner. I don't learn that. Which is why I talk so much, sorry. But, so I can kind of see what does that look like spatially, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
So what is the timeline? If we're voting on this in July, you said that we could meet with the superintendent next week. What, is that individual meetings? Is that as a board? What does this look like?
My recommendation would be that each board member who would like to discuss their district more in depth with the superintendent, set up a meeting with the superintendent to specifically address questions that you have, concerns, comments, because that way when we meet again, we can pick a date that the week of June 24th, we could see those adjustments. Now we recognize that sometimes what our ideas might not always mesh with the superintendent's ideas. Are trying to come out with a place where there's some mutual understanding and the ability to see the big picture. That's just my recommendation, because sometimes I think when we have specific concerns about our district, that can be hashed out better one-on-one than in a large group. That's just my recommendation. And then we can see any adjustments prior to July.
My concern with that is some of our districts overlap. And so if I'm making a recommendation, for example, for a high school, and it's not in my district, but the majority of people that attend that high school, and I'm going to give you some examples, West and High, those are my constituents, but it's Mr. Jones's, Board Member Jones's school. And so those, I feel like those conversations, he would need to be a part of that conversation, and that's,
Well, you just have to have a notice meeting. You don't have to have a board workshop. I mean, that's.
I mean, we can have, I asked Board Member Anderson to pull up her calendar for me, and if you look at this list at the bottom, there's just a lot going on. This week is jam-packed, and I was just looking at, we can certainly have another meeting as a board next week, but keep in mind, we've got master board, then a day with city council, and that was why I was suggesting meeting with the superintendent and then coming back collectively, but we can certainly meet as many times as we want. So that was just my recommendation.
No, I think that makes sense, particularly because, yeah, we need to go ahead and put a date on the calendar, I think.
I mean, I think too, as we talk about, we're voting on the whole plan, so I would like to hear some of the concerns or the questions from the other districts. So that I can, if I have to vote on it.
So would you like, instead of doing individual meetings, schedule a meeting for next week, and then what day would people recommend to schedule another meeting next week?
it's just so important. And I do agree with Board Member Anderson that I do want to listen to the concerns that you have for your district and Board Member Grimes. I need to have the whole picture if I'm voting on a master facility plan. So I like that idea of us meeting together.
I don't know, I think it is important that we have board members that are twin. Anyway, so, but I wonder if maybe both are in order. I mean, I still think that won't take away from whoever wants to meet in the meantime.
Well, it'll be part of the agenda workshop. I mean, I know it might be an extended part, but we can have some discussion then.
And my suggestion for the week of the 24th was just a time to get together and hear updates and have a collective conversation. I mean, that gives us 2 more opportunities to have a discussion. That was my only thought. Certainly want everyone to hear everyone's comments, but just looking at time and opportunities to
So meet individually, and then at the board workshop, have some time there to discuss the overall picture, concerns, comments about the plan for our specific district.
I mean, or if I mean, that's something certainly we can begin that conversation now. If people want, sometimes I know sometimes when you see something for the first time, sometimes you've got to be a little bit thoughtful about how and there's some processing I think that has to take place, and that was my recommendation for having time to really look at this and absorb it, and then set the time to talk with the superintendent. But we can certainly begin any conversation now if that's the will of the board.
I have some other questions.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please.
So just a couple of quick things. One that is just a note that I think is important, that as we look at the overall reduction in the building age to 33 years, we're also talking about fewer buildings. So right now, District 3 has the oldest building stock on average across the district, but the oldest buildings are in some other places. And so I think that 11 years, even though it's a couple years less than the recommended plan. I think the thoughtfulness about where that occurs and that this is an average, not looking building by building, is really important, as well as with the utilization. We increase utilization, yes, by 2%, but we also balance utilization to where it is healthier for the district as a whole. So I noticed in District 2, utilization is going to decrease. Whereas in District 3, it will increase by 1%, and in other districts, it goes in other places. So this allows us to look at, as Brian certainly knows, those areas that have experienced extreme growth over the last 10, 15 years and think about how to balance utilization. So it's not just about the whole number, it's about what does that mean for children in buildings. So I'm really encouraged by both of those things. I wonder, do we have an average cost for the bond? So were we to bond this money rather than waiting for collections? Do we know an estimate on what it would cost just to leverage an interest on the bond?
Through the chair, Ms. Bailey, emerge.
So in terms of the cost of the bond, that's something that a couple of people have asked me. If we decide to bond this money up front rather than waiting for collections and then paying cash on hand, what do we have an estimated cost for the bond itself?
So our through the chair to board member Smith Flores, our outstanding debt right now is around $400 million, and our principal and interest payment on that is about $29 million.
Annually.
Annually.
Okay.
Can I just follow up on that? Sure. Since the sales tax is going to be expired 15 years, what was the debt service on that? Those bonds were 30 years.
Sometimes they're 20, sometimes they're 30. It just depends.
The debt service would be a little higher on the 500 million because it would have to be paid retired in 15 years.
Yeah, I know also with the dwindling capital revenue from the state that our bond rating has fluctuated, and the last time that we looked at it, the bond rating changed not because of any internal practice of the district, but simply because of our revenues. So I would think that the rating and the interest that we could get on these bonds would probably be a bit more favorable to what we have now, but I do think that it's something to think about in terms of how are we allocating the revenue, and what might we be able to do if we either reduce the overall total of the bond or thought about those interest payments. So I just like that we have further conversation to think through that. The only other comment that I'll make today is I think this board and previous boards, as I have sat in this seat, have worked incredibly well to be a district-wide governing board. And as we went through some, school repurposing, consolidations, the disposition of buildings, those types of things, we were able to think about how do we look at this from a district-wide perspective, and also respecting the close connection of that particular board member to the school community or whatever the issue was that may be more particular to that individual's district. The idea that each of us individually would look at our districts, several of whom have Sandalwood sits in my district, the vast majority, almost all of the attendance zone is in the Sandersons, and we know we have others, Beauclair, I mean, the list goes on. I personally would really like for us to think about as a board, as we sit here today, would it be preferable to ask the superintendent and operations to say, we understand that we want to touch school buildings across the district, but we have done extensive and incredible due diligence to understand where needs are, where the cost efficiencies will come in, how we address the concerns of community that we've heard through the process. And so while I think board member input is incredibly important, I know that it was in jest, the whole sort of Reigns Rewalt conversation. And I think we have worked together really well, and we've compromised on those things, and we've figured out where the needs are and been able to make collective decisions. But I, as a board member, would feel more comfortable about not doing that in a vacuum of the broader district interest, and being able to articulate, here's how priorities were set. Here's all the assessment that we did of need. Here's all the assessment that we did for cost efficiency, not just of which buildings are costing us the most to maintain, but also if you do things similar at the same time so that you're making big bulk orders instead of individual, all those construction things that I know this much about. But I would just welcome kind of the conversation to say, do we want to ask operations staff to do a little bit more to say sort of, here are the important things, here's how we make the best use of the money, here's how we can make sure that all districts are seeing the impact of the dollars, but also being thoughtful to all of those things that need consideration, and then be able to communicate that out. I'll ask that as a question mark to the superintendent, because I think you came up with a recommendation, so you may have some response.
That's good, because I'm not sure I followed the question.
So let me say it this way. What I heard the superintendent, what I heard you say is that were we to fund whatever the dollar amount looked like, that dollar amount would then be allocated proportionally to the need that we see reflected here across the Board District. Would it make sense for operations staff to take some of the multitude of considerations that we know they've taken into effect, the need that we've assessed, and make some preliminary observations about what could happen for greatest cost efficiency and greatest need, and then us to reflect on that rather than each reflecting individually? Is that sort of the question?
Yeah, I just heard something weird.
Yes.
Aren't we on the top floor? Through the chair to Board Member Smith Flores and the remaining of the board. Of course, operations could do that. My only recommendation was the community that each of you serve. The first thing, well, what's happening first? And in the resolution, you have an independent citizens committee. And so if you have a priority list, then that committee now has the map of what we will be evaluating or auditing or whatever terminology would best serve. That this is what we now know what are the priorities and this is what should happen. So any dollar that's spent from that half-cent sales tax, the expectation is that you see it applied to this priority list. So if that is the will of the board, operations can provide you based on, even though we were saying each individual district, we will have to function citywide. Because as I said, two schools, they look like they're in the same district, but they're not. And technically, you just can't do both of them at the same time. So who goes first? And who's next? And we have, and I say we because I think we're in this together, we have a methodology of what would be used to say this, but I was just recommending, as a board, you all could tell us what you feel are the priorities, and all we would be doing is saying, well, if you want that school to go first, it actually does impact what happens in this district over here. Because of whatever that reason might be. We have to have football fields. Or, just like Miss Joyce said, West Side High School they kind of share that issue. Same thing with Jeff Davis, I believe. You have commonalities, and so it was just an effort, because we have to bring a recommendation, but from what I've seen over the last 10 months, we also try to work together as a team, and I'm just giving that flexibility to the board. But operations can certainly give you priority list based on this methodology. You know, it could be the oldest FCI dictates the priority, and then the only thing that changes it is how does this priority impact another district or other schools. There are some schools we have to build first because we need a swing space to move children to. So there are some complexities that have to go into deciding what goes first, what goes second.
So
Down the line.
would that conversation come after the meeting in July? That prioritization?
Yes. I think we have to remember that this is a journey, and we're at a wait station now. And once this is okay, now the journey starts again. This plan has to be, and that's why we were initially only recommending 500 million, because in 5 years you're going to need to come back and reevaluate. Are all the things still the same as we have seen it in 2019? So that is why we are recommending only bond this amount initially, and after 5 years, see where you are. Do we need to make some adjustments? You know, a lot of things can happen in 5 years.
So that's a good point, but sounds like that's a conversation that we have a little bit later. So board member Grimes, I'm going to call on you, like unexpectedly, but just so we can
make that formal ask? I
Yes.
guess before we
Yeah.
leave that topic, is that, I just want to make sure we know what the next step is, even if it's.
All right, is that something that can be prepared for us to have when we get to that point for that discussion?
Are you speaking of the July board meeting?
Do you want it for,
Or are
can
you
it be after
speaking
July?
after the plans, whatever
Once the plan is in place, because I think operations is going to need to know what the plan is
Right.
before they can, yes. So
Yes.
at the appropriate time after the plan is approved.
I believe that, and I'm going to speak for them, and I can't see them right now. I believe if it's improved, whatever plan is approved July, that when school starts, we can come back and say, here's the priority, and go from there. It would be August, September, whichever board meeting, the August, September board meeting, or an August, September workshop that here's what we are suggesting should be the order. And it actually will be two tracks. It'll be new build, renovation track, and then the FCI track. Because some schools, that's all they're getting is their FCI dealt with. And that's not really part of the recommendation of the 500 million.
Sure. And I think we've said all the way along that we need to leave some flexibility for who knows, storm comes through, I mean, those kinds of things, whatever. So I would also defer to the superintendent and legal as to how we want to approach that. Is that kind of a consensus document, or is it something that has to be formally passed and then changed if unpredictability happens? So I'll just leave that right there and we can come back to it. We need to. Thank you. I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt.
that's okay. I wanted to, board member Grimes was on the board when many of the new schools in my district were built. And so, just based upon your experience, sometimes, unlike charter schools can locate wherever and they can anticipate growth. But, we can't always say, oh, we anticipate growth, therefore we can build a school, we have to have proof of need. So could you just give a little background information, understanding that the time was a little different when there was a real risk, and I think you all were ahead of the game when you were able to build some of the newer schools in my district.
Well, it definitely was a different time. Desegregation was very much into that, the schools that were built.
just, you know, you were able to build some schools like Atlantic Coast, Twin Lakes Middle and Twin Lakes Elementary. Really, at that time, were you able to build before the growth was there?
Yes. Well, some of the students were actually either in churches, or we had around I can't even remember the name of it now, but they basically had everybody was like a color. The teachers, because they couldn't get all the kids in one school.
Was it double session?
No, but I'll think about it somewhere.
So there was
so
the students were there before.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, because like I said, it was all about desegregation and the fact that, in fact, one of the schools, I mean, things were not fair at that particular time. So where schools were being built, it just wasn't fair. So that's when we went back and we actually had to go to court. And honestly, I'm trying to remember, I don't know that I was on the board when they actually picked which schools were going to be built. But because it wasn't, and even though Mandarin needed the schools, because all the kids could not be there at the same time, it's still, we were not considering what the other schools and their particular area were. So we did a really crappy job. We did just, and people were not this engaged. It was kind of like, okay, y'all, we're just going to do this, and there wasn't a lot of conversation about it.
So before Atlantic Coast and Twin Lakes were built, though, there were students identified for those schools. I mean, there was a proven need for those schools before they were built.
Well, the state said that we didn't have the need, but we did a lot with Tallahassee to help us do that, because they said, you have to show us the need before you can build the school, and which was those two schools that were built, but there was nothing there. I mean, we literally had to ask the person who owned the property, I think the Skinners, to please let us have this area to build the two schools on. But yes, the kids came right after it was built.
Let me ask, to piggyback on this, you have to ask the state if you're using state funds. Is that correct? Through the chair to Dr. Green.
That is correct. You have to show a need.
So if you're building schools with local funds, the state doesn't have to approve that. Is that?
That is correct.
Local funds.
So when you talk about this, showing the state, proving to the state that there's a need for growth, that's getting approval. But we wouldn't have to get approval if we're using local funds.
Yeah, but then we didn't have, things have changed so much. This was back in 92, so went on. So I'm glad that we are at the point to be doing this sort of together, not just us, but our local officials and honestly the children and the parents. So we're doing it much better than we did back then.
Dr. Green, does this, this current plan, well, can you give us an overview of schools that are new, not schools that are combined and new or rebuilt? Can you give us an overview of any of the reason for new schools in districts?
To the chair, and the board. Any new schools that were placed in this plan is based on projected growth. I believe there is one in District 6, and that is the middle school on Chapey Trail, and in District 7, which is a new K-8. It's based on projected growth, but also our current transport, the unique way we transport in that district from a certain part of that county to another part for middle school.
Those are
the only two.
Those are the only two. And I do know that previously in previous master plans, at least K-8 in my district has been there before.
Yes.
In previous master plans. Are there any other?
I also believe the middle school may have been mentioned at some point in.
Was part of a previous master plan, and so it's just bringing that to fruition.
I have some questions.
Okay.
I think we're well on our way. We're on a good path. I have questions about the $500 million bond. It was for 5 years. I think one of the biggest concerns I know that my community is going to express, and it will express, is the fact that this is only a portion of the funds that will cover the whole piece. And we've done projects before, promise certain things, happens, or maybe it doesn't, and then the money runs out. And this board probably won't be here for the next time we do the next bond. So I think that's why I think the process of sitting and figuring out what the phases are is going to be critically important. And I think I like the idea of having recommendations, but also having community input, because transparency is going to be key in this process to ensure that folks understand here's where the money is, here's where we want to spend it. And that is sort of the question behind it is for the $500 million. It's for a 5-year period, and then you have to go back and then request another 500 or more bond after another 5 years. Is that the max you can do?
To the chair, to the board member Williams. The reason we're recommending $500 million for 5 years is, one, you don't know what, like I said, we don't have a crystal ball.
Oh, I agree.
As someone who's been through this before, the worst thing you can do is promise something and then you don't do it.
Right.
So that is why we're saying for the first 5 years, here's something, the priority, you have the money, you can promise it, you can deliver it. After 5 years, you need to come back and reevaluate. Can we actually deliver everything? The former school district, the bottom fell out of the recession. They had major things impacted why they didn't build these 3 other schools that was on a plan to be built. The bottom fell out, weren't getting the amount of money they were getting as they were earlier, therefore they couldn't finish it.
Yeah.
That is why I will always use the word plan, because that's what it is. The plan is to do this. If the board decides to bond the $500 million and the district receives $500 million, you now can move from plan to implementation, because you have the dollars. They've been, and that's why we're recommending the donut that shows it's no longer, someone from the community shouldn't have to come to a board meeting and said, you promised a bill and it's not, well, here's the plan, here's the money that ties to the plan, this is how it's being recommended. That's why I think the FCI has to be its own track, because that's a very different plan. If we think our high schools are the most vulnerable for safety and security, it would say all high schools are getting this in year 1, and you do that in year 1. Or if we think something at our elementary schools is for example, survey our cameras. Do we have 2? Or, yeah. There's 2 at the elementary level. They have 2 locations, wherever those 2 locations are located. But through FCI, we may say, okay, elementaries, we're gonna do the video cameras, that can be done and we can show that we can get all elementaries done in a 12-month period. Therefore, this is the focus of the FCI for elementary, and I'm just making examples. So that's a very different process versus what everybody really wants to know. It says that we're getting a new school, when is it going to happen? And we do have to remind everyone that this is supposed to be over 15 years. Everybody's new school doesn't start in the first year. So, yeah.
Why not?
That's two like small logistic
Kids in churches.
questions.
I feel it, yeah.
One of the things that is through the chair, through the superintendent, Mr. Nelson, we talked about the safety of schools, and there's a number of open campuses. So when we go from a replace on site to a renovation, does a renovation ever include an enclosing of a school campus?
Through the chair, does it include enclosing?
The chair, more normally, a renovation typically does not involve new footprint. So you'll see renovation / addition to all classrooms, where you specifically say addition. New construction is where you're going to see all the new footprint. So if you were taking an area that was previously open and closing it to create new space or new square footage, would typically show an addition to new construction.
Got it.
May I add to that? That is why Sally B. Mathis was recommended for a replace, because it's a completely open campus and probably would cost more to try to do something, and it was.
And that, to note that too, that Sally B. Mathis there was a lot of community input around that, so a lot of voice was put into that, so that's appreciated for sure. The last couple of questions, Northwestern, it doesn't talk about a pathway for Northwestern students, like where they're going to like physically go. You mentioned a couple of schools. Can you talk through where those students will be matriculating into?
Well, because Northwestern is under an external operator, which we have one more year of an external operator, the district really has to take the path for differentiated accountability versus if we just have facilities, we make these changes. So at this time, any students that, whether it's the 6th grade that we redistrict to other schools, they all have to attend a school that has a C or higher grade. So it is truly based on pure academics of how those students would move. Our goal next year is to work with the external operator, as well as, I don't want to say monitoring, really looking at each student and seeing what are their needs, because it will be a challenge to just say, oh, this many students just go here. We really want to be more thoughtful and more strategic when it says, hey, this student really just needs a little bit more of this or that, and that school over here really offers that better, and therefore we are making, now the parent does have the final say. They can say, no, I don't want to go there, and I'll sign a document that says I want to go here. When we had our HAP meeting with Northwestern, we had school choice there, and they could actually go, and the schools that were they could actually go sign on the dotted line, and we allowed them to move where they desired. But we have to, by the rules of the differentiated accountability, they can only attend schools that have a C or higher under this. And just as an FYI, we have to monitor these students for 3 years.
And then my last question, and I'll yield. In the very front of the donut that we talked about, if you look at it, and this is just a question for my information and maybe something to think about, we talk about distributing the funds throughout, and our mine's at 115, Warren Jones at 100, but that doesn't actually equal the percentages that are there. So just wanted to make sure that we just asking a question around what that means.
Finance, can you help me on that one?
So in the donut, it says there's a percentage of that for the $500,000 bond, there's a 24% under District 4, and it's 115 million, but that wouldn't equal 115 million. It would equal, I think, 120 million.
Gotta figure interest.
That'd be the one for me.
Trying to get all of it.
I mean, it's interesting.
Did you get your answer yet, or are we still waiting?
No, I didn't. Get
Oh,
that.
okay. Yeah, yeah.
That can be a
Oh, I remember.
You might be right, but it's just coming out of somebody else's because it equals 500 million.
but that's important though, because
Yeah, it's important.
because that's where it starts, and then all of a sudden things start to move and shift, and it's like, oh, where'd the money go? And then it starts to shift piece by piece. So it's something to be mindful of.
Did you get your answer yet? Are you waiting on Michelle?
No, I'm assuming it'll come back though. I can
She's been doing it.
Are there any other, while we're waiting on that, are there any other questions or comments?
I have sort of a final comment, that I appreciate this bold plan. There's been a tremendous amount of work and effort and years, as the superintendent said, going into what's here. And I also very much appreciate the superintendent preceding this plan with a recommendation that this board accepted of how to fund it. We've seen lots of 5, 7, 10 years down the road, we're going to do this or that thing, but we have not had a plan that was tangible and concrete and a possibility to fund those things. And so they've continued to stay 5 and 7 and 10 years out on the horizon. And so I just want to emphasize that as we contemplate this plan and we talk about it, and there's so many fantastic things that can happen, not just for children in seats, but for the Jacksonville community as a whole. When we think about 1 in 5 rooftops not directly connected to their public school, but they might pass it on the way to and from work. So they don't see the vibrancy of learning, the great teaching, the community that is within that school. They just see the building that they go past. And so their perception of public schools is what that building appears from the outside. And I think that this community has struggled with the perception of what's happening in our schools as a B district, ever so close. Yes. For a long time. And so I think for everything that the superintendent said about why this plan is important, but also for who we are as a Jacksonville community and what we want our identity to be, the funding of this plan is critical. There is no backup plan for the funding. We do not, and there is no backup plan for the $1 billion of maintenance that doesn't go away if we decide not to do the rebuilds and renovations because we don't have the funding. That $1 billion sits there and has to be pieced together in the ways that you see in the back of this book. So I think it's really important that as we talk about this plan that we also emphasize the urgency and the importance of the funding for the plan and the ability of the city council to place that on the ballot with urgency so that we can see this in real time in our communities and in our community as a whole. So maybe that gave Michelle some time for math. But I do think it's really important that we don't talk about one without the other because this has to come with funding.
Yeah.
Michelle, are you almost there, or are you going to give it more time?
Yeah, he was asking about the 24%. And that is
Okay, did you hear that board member well?
No.
120.
Did
120
you
B.
catch your voice?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Board Member Lee, 24% would be fine. I mean, it would be 120.
long as it doesn't come out of my nose.
But it does.
I wasn't gonna say that.
500 million, it's just.
Board Member Joyce.
I have a question through the chair to Dr. Green. When we talk about this plan has included the projection for charter schools, new incoming charter schools to the district, how, can you explain to me how we calculate that if we don't, as Mr. Nelson said earlier, they're not, they haven't applied. So how do we, what's the formula we use to project those charter school, that charter school growth?
It is the enrollment, 10-year enrollment projection that says charter schools are going to increase. Currently today, there are about 16,000 students that attend charter school. And over the 10 years, that number is showing to grow to about 25,000. Our numbers are today about 111,000 students attend traditional. And that number is just staying 111,000. It doesn't go up or down very much. So if we already know we have 25,000 vacant seats today, then, and we don't, and now based on that projection, we're not seeing growth. Therefore, where we see the individual schools that actually, they're saying their numbers are going to decline, that impacted who should be consolidated. So that's how it impacts. I can't say, well, that a charter here or it's just the district as a whole. It's showing that charter school growth would happen.
So it doesn't take into account specifically where, in what district this growth is going to take place or not?
Well, it as a whole it does. So let me use an example. One of our schools that is under 50% utilization. Right now, that school has 150 students in it. Over the next 10 years, I see that you see that school, and that number is going to 40, 30. So I can't say for 100% that that's because of a charter. All we know is that enrollment, based on its projection, says it's going to continue to decline. We just say one of the criteria that impacts that is charter growth. We could have easily, there's also the homeschool enrollment in that enrollment. So it's not just charter, it's also homeschool students, the growth in that area as well. So it really is more about that top number that says traditional is pretty much staying stagnant. Even though in 10 years, they show our total student population to grow to like 140,000 students. But that just means they're choosing other options such as homeschool or charter school, and we are staying pretty even keel.
Thank you. And then the last question I have is, once the 15 years is over and we've gotten our new schools and the funding has run out, what is the plan, the district plan to maintain our facilities so we don't get in a situation that we're in right now?
Well, I'll be retired, but here is what. Through the chair to Board Member Joyce. My whole goal is to be upfront and transparent. If we can maintain the current funding or that funding that we get from the state declines, the district will be in a position that they may have to go out and ask for it to be renewed. That's what happens. Even though we say this is a bold plan, we still are, I hate to use the leave no child behind, but we're leaving some facilities still behind. We're just addressing their FCIs. Perfect example was Revolt Middle. We recommended that to replace that school by creating this well, we're not. Now we're just going to deal with the FCI. Once we once we address the FCI, that FCI still has a lifespan. It doesn't say it'll last for the next 100 years. It just says it's now up to date and its lifespan might be 30 years for all the things we fix. So 30 years, the district will have to readdress that to this point. And so that's why I'm recommending that you kind of do this in 5-year phases. Because once you've completed the first 5 years, did you meet all of the things that you had put as a priority? Are those things addressed? 5 years, the landscape could be very different. And we could actually experience a boom. Who knows? Might find out more students are coming to the traditional public schools, and we only put 2 new schools in this whole entire plan to be built based on growth. What if 5 years from now, all of a sudden, everything from Baldwin, there's a house from Baldwin all the way into, the entry level into what we say Jacksonville. Well, okay. Now that's, massive growth that was not projected in. So you got to be able to pivot. So 5 years, the district would be back, hey, here's our plan, checked off all the things that were done. Does this plan still hold true to what our current landscape is for the school district? And that's part of building a plan that you have priorities. These are the things that we have, as the school district and the board have decided, we're going to focus on these things for the first 5 years. And then you have to make a decision. And that's why I think it's so vitally important, the Citizens Oversight Committee, they have to be a part of this process as well. And I do need to correct something I said, that the bonding would mostly deal with new construction. We do have some SCI projects that are almost the same cost as building a new school. So those that are in millions, you may have to, that may be a priority, because I'm trying to think of an example.
Revolve Metal is $20 million.
Okay, yes, Revolve Metal, it's $20 million. That might be one that you say, no. So I wanted to. So, any more questions?
Any other questions or comments? I appreciate what Board Member Smith-Flores shared, and I do appreciate the superintendent's leadership, but I also am proud of this board for being willing to pass a resolution and to commit to this interesting process over the next 2 weeks with City Council's May. And hope that the City Council will allow the public to weigh in. I believe Board Member Smith-Flores said it very well. I think that shared decision-making as a city is very important for us because we will collectively decide how we will care for our children in Duval County as well as with Public Education Board. And, I have in my office several plans, master plans, and notebooks that never got off the ground. But the funding source, it's not just the vision of the superintendent, but it's the will and the courage of the board to move forward with a funding source. So having said that, we are going to adjourn for 30 minutes for lunch and then, not adjourn, recess. I wanted to use the right word. Recess for 30 minutes for lunch, and then we will resume to go over the other 2 items in this workshop. So we are recessed. We can send that out. I think we'll know. We have a meeting next week, don't we? I think so. We'll talk about it. I'm gonna go make sure that I'm letting Warren carry all the plates that I have one night. No, that was Lori's brownie. I think that was Charlotte's. Oh, someone else's brownie. No.
It's a cool way to do it.
I'm just hoping that all the sugar just hit.
Just in time for budget.
You're gonna fall asleep and.
Good afternoon, slow.
Right?
Worship.
Yeah, it's good. That sounds so simple.
It's just destroy it. Yeah.
Are you ready?
I am, are you? Okay. Good afternoon, I'm here today to just kind of give you all an update. I think that's the last budget workshop. You all had asked me about options and things that you could make decisions on and that type of thing. So we went back and we looked at our budget. And just so you all will know, and this is really for the newer board members, just to kind of give you a little bit of history. When I presented the budget earlier, it had been a long time since we had presented a budget presentation and not asked you all to make a decision between this or that, cut this or that. So it's been a few years since we've had that situation. And so I did bring you a balanced budget. I did do that. I didn't bring you any options to cut, which has been a couple of years since I've had to do that. And I also, the one thing we did increase, or that was helpful to the schools, is we reduced down the teacher allocation. So that was helpful to the schools. So those were some of the things, and also as a result of the retreat that we had on the third floor a couple of months ago. So we took all of that to build the 1920 budget. That's what we did. And so this presentation, I've kept some of the slides the same, just to kind of bring you back. You know, these are the guiding principles that we use to build this year's budget. I'm sorry, 1920 budget. And then this is also a similar slide. We talked about discretionary and categorical funding. And I don't know that you all have too many other questions about that. I think you all have a pretty good understanding between the discretionary and the categorical funding. So that slide's not different. And then this slide is the same as last time also, where we talk about what our discretionary and what our categorical funding is. And we talked last time about where we spent the money and that type of thing. And so as I just said, these were a lot of the things that we use as a guideline to build the budget for 1920. We talked about the teacher allocation plan, resource allocation. We added some district specialists back that we had cut last year. And also we talked about instructional support. And so those are, we have not changed anything since the last time. Yes, ma'am.
And we need to clarify about district specialists, is because they have grant.
That is true.
I'm thinking
Okay.
added through grant funding, not the.
Not through general fund. Yes. So we did add some to the district through grant funding. And when we talked last time, these were some of the priorities that we built the budget on, and part of what we spent some of the increase on that we received from the state. And so as I mentioned earlier, we decreased the ratios and how much that would cost. And then these are other areas, operations, HR, instructional materials. And so those are the things, if you look over off to the left side, those are the budget priorities that we had discussed a few months ago at the retreat. And so that is really what we use to build the budget for 1920. But this slide is not different from the last one that you saw. The one thing I wanted to talk about, and I know that board member Ashley Smith Flores
because this is near and dear to our heart. So this is one part, as you know, salaries and benefits, and I'm going to talk mainly from the general fund perspective. So from that perspective, salaries and benefits is one of the biggest components of our budget. Probably around 70% of salaries and benefits. And so how we budget at the district and the schools are a little bit different. So at the district level, we budget salaries at actual, on actual people. And out at the schools, we budget on average salary. And as you know, the majority of our employees at the school are teachers. And so I didn't put up on the screen every employee we have at the schools, but teachers make up the largest part of our salaries and benefits at the schools. And so if you will see, I kind of gave a 5-year history of what we budget teachers on and what we actually spent on salaries and benefits. And as you will see, 2014 was the last time that we had a surplus in the budget area. And so if you will see that 64,437, that's what it is for the 18-19 year. Now for the 19-20 year, we may have briefly touched on the fact that we didn't increase at the salary portion, but we did increase a little bit the benefits portion. So for benefits, instead of 37.1 for next year, we're budgeting at 37.2. So where you see that column that says budget, so for the 19-20 year, instead of 64,437, we will be at 64,705. Now, if you look at the averages, the actual average keeps going up every single year. And so your question is probably, how do we cover that deficit? So as you probably are aware, we have a vacancy rate during the year. So we budget every position, but we probably have between a 2 and 3% vacancy rate. So that budget just sits there, excuse me, in salaries and benefits. And so it sits there until the end of the year. And if a position doesn't get filled, because as you know, some of your schools may have some vacancies, the budget is still there, but there's no actual expenditure sitting there. And so historically, we've had a vacancy rate between 2 and 3%. And so that has typically what has been used to cover that deficit. And so the impact of that is on the next slide. Now this is general fund, this is all positions. But as you can see, the amount of budget that we've rolled back in the past, back into fund balance, has gone down. So in 14, it was 14 million. 15, it was a little bit higher at 22. But as you can see, because we have not increased the average salaries and benefits that we have are budgeting on, the amount that is the excess has been decreasing significantly every single year. And so in doing that, there's not a lot of excess. I would anticipate for this fiscal year, 18-19, that we would probably be around the same amount of money, $2 million range. Because as we committed to this board for last year's budget, we committed that we would budget every position. We would not add any positions without budget. And so we've held true to that for this year. And so I don't have the projections yet because we're still running our final teacher payrolls. We'll be finished with teacher payrolls probably next week. And I'll have a pretty good idea. But I would anticipate that the salaries and benefits, if I were to add a line for this fiscal year, I would anticipate that line item on the very far right would be similar to that. And so in looking at our budget, you had asked us to bring you back some options of which you could do this versus that. And so, because we have not addressed this particular aspect of our budget in years, there's not a lot of places I can go to bring you options to say, what would you like to do with these additional funds? We're pretty tight. We're balanced, but we're tight. And this is one of the biggest reasons why. And we've talked about average salaries before. We've talked about how we budgeted at the school level before. I don't know that we've actually presented it this way to you all so you could see it in a chart. But I'm sure you have questions about this aspect of our budget. I'm going to pause here for a moment until I go to the next slide and see if you have any questions related to that. It took us several years to get to where we are, and so it's going to take a few years to get it back where we would like to be. If I scroll back, I don't have the calculation yet for the average salary actual for this year, but I would anticipate it would be a little bit higher than the 67 that you see there.
I can give my speech again, but I think Michelle knows it.
I already know your speech, so go ahead.
No, I think that, as most of you have heard me say, that this is one of the unsexy, unfun things to spend money on and put budget toward, but it also is the foundation of what we do as a school district. About 80% of our overall budget goes to some kinds of personnel costs. I'm rounding up a little bit, but and with our teaching corps particularly, as we get much better at retaining people, which is fantastic, that's been a priority of the board, and HR and school principals and others have worked really hard to do that, the cushion gets thinner and thinner. And so when we talk about restoring a reserve at the same time that we know that we have an average salary that is under our actual, I think I told Michelle that our toes are over the cliff, but we're not quite falling yet. So I would encourage the board, I won't be here to see this much longer, but it is a conversation that we've had over a number of years, and as we've had little bits here and there, you can see that for the last 3 years, it's held constant. But I think this is an area that the board has to be aware of and has to keep an eye on. So I appreciate all of the work going into kind of laying out the history of what's happening in real time and that kind of thing. Because I think it's important.
What's the chair? What's the downside? If you increase the actual budgeted annual salary, then we reduce the savings.
So if you increase the budget amount, and remember also we budget on an average. So we've got teachers who are at the very high end and are retiring, and we've got new folks who are coming on. But if you increase the budget because you anticipate fewer vacancies and you anticipate that you're really going to need the dollars that you're putting toward positions, it has to come from somewhere. So you can't just increase it in theory. You have to actually budget the dollars there and pull them from somewhere to do it. And so with the very meager increases last year and with the budget, the situation that it's been, we've known that we had some what we've come to call lapse salary, or, salary that was budgeted that's not being spent because we have, with 14,000 employees, we have vacancies. But at some point, as we get better and as HR is responsive to the leadership team's knowledge that teacher retention is an important part of what we do, those teachers get further along in the pay scale, and there are more of those positions filled. So you just have to kind of keep your eye on how much wiggle room do we have. Now, I think 20 million was too much. I think it was 15.
That was my next question. What should we be? What's the ideal? Should it be around 10 million?
I'm not sure it's an ideal. You always want to make sure you have enough there. I would think that the 2 on the bottom is probably a little tight. Yes, we do budget every single position, but, $2 million excess budget in district our size is not a lot of money. It's just not.
What is one payroll cycle for teachers? Average.
It's just the teachers. It's just under 10 million, but.
So there you go.
It's a lot. They're our
Just teachers.
They're our biggest employee group, so.
No, but I mean in terms of looking at the cushion and, how many additional filled positions over what period of time does it take to eat up 2 million is not a lot.
Well, and just so you all will know, every year, probably around January or February, we do an analysis every year to come up with that middle column that says average actual salary. We do a calculation every year for every employee group that's at school. So we develop a new average every year, and we do determine how much that increase would cost us every single year.
Are you asking us to do something?
No, I just wanted to present this information because this is really an important part of our budget. It's like Ms. Smith-Morris said, it's not the most exciting part of our budget, but it is something we need to bring to the table and make the board members aware.
Through the chair to the board. The reason we asked for this to be presented is this is the reason why you don't have a whole lot of options to say, let's change something. Because until you address this, you really shouldn't be spending. We have been working to talk about a plan, how do we alleviate this issue, and just felt the need. Some of you knew this because you've been on the board, but for the new board members, they would not have known about the way we budget for average. At the school level, it's the average salary instead. At the district, it's actual. So the main reason was, yes, we are balanced, and yes, the district is we're in decent position, but we are not where you would say, hey, now let's start thinking about, we're in our strategic plan mode. We really want to do ABC. We're doing a lot with social emotional. How about we add an additional guidance count? Oh, well, we got to deal with that first. So we just needed to make sure the board understood why it came. We were ecstatic that it was balanced and that we can actually fund all the things that we're currently doing, but until this average teacher salary issue is, and I can't say teacher because it's actually the average salary of everybody who's at the school level, that we get more in alignment of what it is, then we're constantly relying on future stuff that may or may not happen. You're relying on lapsed salaries to cover what you don't have. And in the past, it always has. And this isn't unique to Duval. This is all school districts. That's what we all live on. Oh, you're about that, those funding. You never touch that money because that's what's going to come in at the end. And anything, so if your utility cost goes up higher than projected, you have funding to support those areas. And we are at a point where you can't just keep relying on this. We have to look at other ways we can support this. So we are doing some things a little differently. One of them is that we've had a major review of how we do Medicaid dollars, and we're going to do that differently to make sure we're taking full advantage of what we are allowed to garner in Medicaid. Also, we are, and tell me the name of the Armed Services. Yeah, thank you. Impact data. We, through David Penter, who is in school choice, we have worked all year with the Navy, and now they are allowing us to pilot direct certification. And hopefully next year we won't use a sheet of paper to determine that, and it'll just be direct. And so that will be a massive increase to the district. So we have a plan, but we just needed everybody to know, everybody needs to be on the same page that this is where we are today. And that is why we requested, hey, we need to bring a balanced budget and make sure we can fund all the things that are currently in our school district and not have staff worried about being cut or surplused. Yeah, we use the word surplus.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on understanding. So what we're saying is budgeting more so that we can cover all of the actual positions that we might have, that we potentially should have. Yes. Is that?
Are you proposing to change the budgeted average?
No, not this year.
Okay.
We just wanted everyone to understand where we are.
Okay.
We are not recommending changing anything.
Okay.
What we are doing is giving background information to mainly for the new board members who haven't been here over the last few years to know this is why if you want more guidance counselors, we have to address this issue first. Because if you keep adding more budget and we haven't met up to the average, then you just keep exasperating the problem. We have to fix this first.
But we're not proposing a fix right now.
No, because we feel we are fine for this upcoming year. But our fix is we've changed ways that we're getting more revenue, and that's how we are proposing fixing this. But that does take time. And if the board, your strategic plan is up in 2020. So Dr. Krisner's not here right now, but at some point when school starts, she will come to you all and say, are you ready to start working on your strategic plan for 2025? And that, again, becomes the source document we use to determine how should budget support the board's strategic plan. So I'm just giving, if the board says, well, we want to increase the number of counselors that our students have access at the secondary level. So right now the formula, I think, says 750. So you may say you want that in your strategic plan. So the goal is maybe over the next 5 years get from 1 to 750 down to 1 to 500. We have, all we're saying is we have to deal with this. If that is the will of the board to move forward, we have some things we have to correct, fix, improve.
And when is collective bargaining going back around?
I want to say every day, but it's every year. It started
the
already.
teachers right after school starts for the next year.
questions or comments?
So, help me understand, through the chair to Dr. Green. Over the last few years, we've cut positions, we've cut the allocation drastically in our schools. So can you go to the next slide? No, this one.
This one?
Oh,
Yes. So we have cut the number of positions in our schools. So I don't understand. Can you help me understand this? Cutting, we have less actual. Does that make, is my question clear?
So if you look at the chart there, so in 2014, our actual salaries and benefits then was $681.5 million. But other than 15, it had gone up all the way up to 17 at 708. So there's been a combination of things happening that affect salaries and benefits. So there could be some cuts, as you had mentioned, at the schools. That happens. Also, you got to remember also the average salary has been going up. So even though there have been less positions, the cost of the remaining positions, each one incrementally has increased every single year since 14. I don't know if it would be helpful for the board if I gave a history of what the average salary is for those years or not, so you can see it. Because when we do the calculation, we break it down by employee group. So assistant principals, clerical, teachers, that type of thing. And so
But this is just teacher.
no, that's everybody. That's everybody that's paid out of general fund. So no, that's not just teachers. We pulled that information from our audited financial statements, and it doesn't necessarily break it down by position. But if we had to, I could probably go back in the system and run the report. But that includes both district people who's budgeted at actual, and also the school positions that's budgeted at average.
Further clarification through the chair. So the bump, if you look at 15 and it bumped up to 22 and back to 9, what, can you explain just a little bit about the cause of that?
He wanted to see that number.
Okay.
He said 22, and then you see it drop down to 9.
Yeah, the 22 into the 9. So let me go back a slide. So part of the reason is the average salary just for teachers has been going down between 15 and 16. So it went down, then it went back up a little bit. But it's comparing what we budgeted as opposed to what we actually paid. And so the actual is going to depend on their composition of teachers, how many years of service they have, if that happened to be a year they got a raise, that type of thing.
I remember correctly, that was the year we had a surge in vacancies.
That could be. I'd have to look back and see if that was the year we had a lot of vacancies in that year. And that's why it had the 22.
But if you have a surge in vacancies, are people entering it, shouldn't people be entering it at the lower amount?
Well, if they're vacancies and they're not,
We spend
still.
less than we budgeted.
Yeah.
And sometimes they sit vacant.
Got it, okay.
I do have a breakdown of all of that by the different areas, and I could go look and see where the biggest amounts are for the 22. I didn't include all the detail in this system.
So when you have a vacancy, the line item for the contract you have with childcare and soon to be ESS, EES. That's a separate line item. So that funding does not impact us at all.
Substitutes are budgeted on a completely separate line than salaries and benefits.
So, maybe I missed this, I'm sure I did. What happens, we budget for every vacancy. I mean, we budget for every position. So we have, right now, projected 400 teacher vacancies next year. Well, that's irrelevant. At the end of the year, what happens to that money? We budgeted for the vacancy out of this pot of money, and we didn't actually spend that money. So what happens to that money?
So we keep the budget for salaries and benefits on the line item up until the end of the year. And as you probably realize, some faculties are more expensive than others. So if you have an older faculty who has a lot more experience, their actual salaries are going to be a lot more than what you budgeted. And so if you have a vacancy and you have budget there, we use that budget to balance out other schools in salaries and benefits.
I don't understand that. If you're budgeting salaries and benefits, this is all the salaries that we have budgeted this money. And we have these vacancies. There's a, I mean, I need some further clarification.
So let's go back to this slide right here. So we'll just use 2018. So what I budgeted, even though I budgeted every single position, I budgeted a teacher at 64,437. But my average actual is more than what I budgeted. And so we had talked earlier about having that deficit there, but I also have vacancies. And so the question was, how do we cover that deficit? Is being covered by vacancies. Because otherwise, I'm in the hole every single teacher, almost $3,000.
What we would like to do in the future is moving into the next school year, take the actual average and make that a budget. Would that be
Ideally,
the solution?
well, ideally, that's what you would do. But as you can see on this slide, we have not incrementally increased the budget.
Right.
Right, so it's expensive.
Sure.
So if you look at the bottom here, so every teacher, I'm really short $3,000.
Right. Times however many staff.
Right, so when we did our average salary calculation, if we were to bump up because that includes salaries and benefits. So the salary average salary for teachers is $47,000.
Okay.
So if I'm short $3,000 every single year for each position, that means my average salary should go up to $50 plus benefits.
For next year.
Well, in the future, that's what we were proposing to do. And so, based on the number of teachers that we have, if I were to do that for the 19-20 budget, that would cost an additional $19 million. So, as board members Laura said, that has to come from somewhere. So as Dr. Green said, right now, we are balanced, and we're fairly stable. But as you pointed out, that can't continue.
We could find ourselves in hot water here.
You would have to probably make some hard decisions as to creating and developing a budget.
If,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
hypothetically speaking, we budget the full amount in the future, some teacher space. We budget the full amount, we have vacancies, as we always do, because we have a high employee load. And there is, positive deficit, not deficit, positive revenue left over, we have extra money.
Come back to money.
Right, so now we go over here, we keep, in a great scenario, we keep that money there, and eventually we have enough to maybe like do something with teacher salaries? Well,
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson. Naturally, that would go into your fund balance. That's one of the ways you could continue to build your fund balance.
and so you could what say,
Yeah, so once the, as Ms. Bagley said, over the last few years, she's been coming to you to say, what do you want to cut? You want to cut this or you want to cut that? This year is the first time we've not come and said, do you want to cut this, cut that? So that's why we're saying, we're at least stable at this point. But going forward, if you want to make changes, we have to fix this issue first. Because when you fix this issue, then you get back up there to 2014 and 2015 where you had $14 million. Then you can, okay, that now can go into fund balance, or the board may decide we want to use this to do ABC. You can make those decisions. But right now, what it does is it just goes and covers salaries to make sure that we are.
and the margin's pretty tight.
Yes, so that's what we're saying. So, and what we're also saying is, we believe we have a plan to correct it.
Thank you for a plan.
But it will take, no, sir. No, it doesn't involve any additional, but it will take time. It's not an we didn't get here overnight. We can't, it's also not an overnight fix.
Remember George.
That's
What is the, on an average, what is that number right now that we're looking at for, just say, if you don't know for this year, for last year, what we actually budgeted, what, if there was any of that left over, after we paid for the salaries, how much, what was that number? What's that dollar amount?
You're saying what was left over?
Right. Is there any? Well, where are we at? I mean, are we almost there? Is it, I want to know, like, tangibly, how much is that?
So, I don't know if you remember, there was a slide, I think at the retreat, we talked about the change in the fund balance. So if your fund balance is going down, that means you've spent more than you've brought in. So our initial projections for this year is that we don't anticipate a decrease in unrestricted fund balance. We should probably be flat, is what we're anticipating.
Are you asking what was budgeted for salaries and what was spent for salaries and what's the delta?
Yeah,
That's
that
that bottom line, right there. So we budgeted $698 million. We
Okay.
spent $696
Okay.
million, and then,
Yep,
yeah.
okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Are there any other questions or comments? Oh, okay, you have another slide?
No, I'm just waiting for you all to finish
all right.
your questions on that. Are you all still looking, or do you have other questions? Okay. So this is the slide we wanted to bring to you all about the school safety funding that we have. As you can see, you all are aware of what we can, how we provided a safe school officer at each school. So for this year, 18-19, it was either a SRO, a school safety officer, or a school guardian. And for us, that was a school safety assistant. And then for next year, the legislation has added another option, the school security guard. So if you look at the chart, that first line is salaries and benefits. That is the amount of money we spend on the various positions for school police. And it reflects the increase in funding for the 18-19 and the 19-20 year. On that second line is the amount of funds we have spent in 18-19 in that middle column to provide the positions that were required at the schools. And so this year, that's the amount through June the 5th. So far, we have spent 1.2, almost $1.3 million, and that is for the sheriff's office to provide an officer at the elementary schools that did not have a school safety assistant. And so right now, that's, like I said, we're waiting for another invoice, but that's what we've spent so far. And then for next year, because we have an additional option, that is an estimate, the 1.122 million, that's an estimate of what we may spend next year based on the combination of options that we have, which includes the school security guard position. And so wanted to bring this to you. Like you see at the bottom, so the cost for 18-19 is $17.15. That hourly cost that we pay to the sheriff's office is the same salary and benefit that we're paying for the school safety assistant. But for 19-20, we do not anticipate that the rate would stay at that rate, especially if we use a different, like, additional option of the school security guard. And so we wanted to bring this information to the board to hear some feedback as to how you felt about fulfilling those requirements of providing those types of positions at the schools. Because the cost will be a little bit different than the 17-15.
So are you talking about the resource officers? Is that what you're talking about?
No, not the resource officers, that cost is included on the salaries and benefit line. So the school resource officers are our employees. This is for the schools that may not have a school safety assistant there yet. So we have to provide coverage for them in those various options.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was trying to understand the slide, I apologize. I was concentrating, sorry.
So I guess the JSO contract is decreasing some because we are hiring some school safety assistants. But we're not on pace to have them on board by August, school starting this year, which was a plan to have them all on board. The school started last year. And are we looking at any alternative to JSO, which is very, very expensive?
Yes. That is why on this slide, Michelle's explaining it through financial terms. The change in law is now school districts can hire security firms, school security guards. So that's the whole school security guard. It would require us to go out and do an RFP. The school security guards would have to meet the same qualifications as our safety assistants. But it would probably be less expensive to do that RFP versus contracting with JSO, because JSO has informed us they can't do this $17.15 an hour. They can't do that.
if they're utilizing one of their deputies, I think that average cost is about $50 an hour. $50 an hour, and if they use a lieutenant or sergeant, that could go up to $65 to $70 an hour. So that is why we are coming, because just out of example, St. John's just went total with security guards. They just did an RP and hired security guards for their schools. It is very challenging to hire safety assistants. They can't make, we start off with good numbers and start from the beginning, but by the time you go through all these hoops, we might start with 100 applicants, and by the time it's all done and over with, we might end up with 12 on a good, that's a good rotation. So we, today, I think we're getting close to 60 school security, our safety assistants. We need 105. So that's still, we're still short about 45, somewhere between 45 and 55. So we are asking for your thoughts on, do we want to enter into a contract with JSO? We would need to budget accordingly, not $17.15. We would need to budget somewhere between $50 to $65 an hour. And for most schools, that's about a 7-hour day, but some schools it's a 7.5-hour day. I guess it just depends. Or interested in the district putting out on the street an RFP for contracting with the school security guard. I believe one company came before the board, and at the time the law had not passed, so that's why we had not entertained the conversation, but now it has.
Do we know the cost for security guard?
Me personally,
What's happening at St. John's?
I know that unfortunately Director Edwards had to be in a training out of
Ms. Young indicated that she may know, if that's okay.
So, based on the source documents that he has gathered so far, the average hourly rate is around $29 an hour. But we have not placed anything out in terms of a solicitation for this district because we have not received direction from our board. So that was really just information to inform this discussion.
So that's about $10 more an hour than we're paying for school safety assistants.
Yes.
Roughly. I mean, that's just a quick estimate. Remember, Smith Morris, I know you want to say something.
Well, there's a third option. There is a third option. And for the first time, Chief Edwards has more applicants, qualified, solid applicants, than he has positions available on his force.
For SROs?
For SROs. And for his vacancies. I had a conversation with him a couple of weeks ago. And the superintendent wisely let me know that this might be coming up, so that I had some time to talk to some people and do some due diligence about it. I was going to be quiet for a little while and
I could tell.
Talk later. But I think, look, SROs are, I think, SROs are our best option. They are our best option for a number of different reasons. The training, the experience, and their ability to interact in our schools. So an SRO can not only patrol the perimeter of the campus and make sure that doors are locked. An SRO can do education. An SRO may Baker Act. An SRO can be a mentor, can begin building positive relationships with law enforcement, with our young people, and being a positive presence on campus, can de-escalate and engage in situations that our safety assistants would not necessarily, because they do not contextualize the threat that the safety assistants are there for. I mean, the things that we talked about and anticipated in terms of the safety assistants being a difficult position to hire for, an even more difficult position to get people through training, and an even more difficult position to get people to stay is coming to fruition. And so we're spending money to bring people in for short periods of time and screen people and put them through training and they have a very limited scope of what they can do on our campuses, which I have not held my tongue about saying I believe is dangerous. So I feel like this is a place where when I met with Ms. Young and Ms. Bailey, I said, where are there options, especially if we're talking about doubling the cost? Because when we started, it was a $3 million to $10 million ratio. If we're talking about going to $6 million to 10, and I'm talking in round numbers because I don't have these numbers from the sheet, to $10 million ratio, that's an even more narrow gap. And the idea of having contract personnel who may or may not have signed up to be a part of that organization, to be around children, and to be in a school environment is I can go down my concerns of that road, but I'll hold off on that to just hear from the board. I would like for us to see where is there flexibility within the budget. We've talked about, could we go from 1.5 miles to 2 miles for middle and high school students? For those older students who aren't, 5-year-old legs trying to go 2 miles to school. Where are there flexibilities and options that do create some hardship, but that are not hiring contract individuals with deadly weapons?
Do we know how many, you said that he has more than, is there 40 to fill the spot, or are we looking, or do we have SOO officers, or are there 10 extra? What do you
So
know?
I don't want to speak for the chief, but what I can tell you is when we talked, he did say that he had an excess of applicants for the positions that he had vacant. I think we've all talked about that the hiring of an SRO takes quite a long time just because of all of the vetting that has to happen. But he was confident that he would have wanted to hire many more people that he had in the queue than he had available. I don't remember the exact numbers, but the vacancies have gone to like 3 or 4 on our police force, which is pretty small. And he also indicated that he did believe, as I had speculated before and he and I had talked about, that it has proven out that he believes that he will have many more retired JSO applicants for an elementary position than he could necessarily get motivated to want to be at a comprehensive high school or otherwise. That might be a position that has a different applicant pool of experienced law enforcement than some of his even current positions, which he has more qualified applicants than vacancies. So
but we don't know if that number is 5 or 25.
I don't think it is a line around the building, but I think it's a good indication.
So, I think that's, okay. I think that's good. I think that's good information. But with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas committee and the emphasis to do what we told you to do, even if we incorporated, if there is an excess, whatever that number is, if it's 5, I'm being conservative, thinking, 5 or 10, it would be great if it was 40, but if it's not that high, then what do we do for the difference? Because according to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission and the law, don't we have to? We're going to be, I don't want to say in trouble, but we're going to be in a world of hurt, aren't we, if we don't have this addressed?
Through the chair, last week the commission met And last week it was made known that their goal is to make sure that we have immediate backup. So and of course that's still in conversation. There's nothing in statute that says you must have immediate backup, but that was a part of the conversation. And made your eyes open up wide. What do you mean immediate backup? So if someone takes a day off, what does that mean? Or something happens and someone needs to drive to another school. Let's just say we have something happen at another school and we want. Okay, what does that mean, immediate backup? That means, I'll let your imagination go with that, what that means. Meaning that there's always someone on a campus that has something that can be used for deadly force. That is where that conversation is going. And even if we could, if we felt, hey, we could get I don't know that Director Edwards has 45 applicants sitting there because I think we need somewhere between 45 to 50 still positions to fill.
But is my understanding correct that the position of the commission, at least in articles that I have read, is that schools, districts will be in trouble if we have not fully implemented that which we were told to do by the commission? Isn't that?
That is correct, by August 1.
By August 1. So that puts us in
I think I'm first in trouble.
but that puts us in a position that we could consider spaces that are available, but we are required to have those 45 spots filled in one of these ways.
Yes.
By August 1. No.
About the first day of school.
Okay. Which is the 12th or something.
Yes.
So there are no
So
exceptions.
even if we did say we could, we still will have to have other options because I don't believe Director Edwards has that many applicants to say we can fill it all and be ready to go on day one. We have another group of safety assistants in the queue. I don't know how many are going to make it out, but that's running. That is every cycle we can get, we're hiring.
And that's what puts us between a rock and a hard place is it has been determined by the state that this is a requirement, and the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission continues to prioritize their recommendations. And go ahead.
I want to go back to the dollars.
Okay.
And Michelle, correct me. The 1.1 million, 1,122,313, is if we're hiring JSO at the $50 an hour.
That's a blended.
Yeah, blend with our
Other options.
with other. So right now we have a budget of 1.1 million sitting there. So to Ms. Smith-Laura's point, I had what we pay our safety officers. So we do have two different pays, and I don't know what makes one the other. So if we're hiring at $35,568, that is about 1.6 million. And I'm going to just make an assumption that does not include benefits, but that's what that is. And then the other one is $36,649, and that is $1,649,205. That also does not include benefits. And right now we have budgeted $1,122,313. So we would need to go, even if we were considering this, we have to go find additional revenue to support whatever this. And I'm doing this based on if we needed 45. That's what 1.6. So I'm sorry, I don't think I said that.
And if we needed 45 new positions. I don't know, again, how many safety assistants we have in the queue going through the process right now. You never know. I hope they all stay employed. You don't know who decides, oh, I found a greater opportunity and calls us over the summer and says, we're leaving. I know that you had asked for another workshop, we can have on that same mile-long workshop. We can have Director Edwards come back in because he can give more specific numbers about where we are. But I remember having this conversation with him. We still have double-digit vacancies for schools.
But we're gonna have to make a decision on how we fill them.
Yes.
Or we're gonna be in real hot water come the start of school if those are not filled.
So if we're meeting again next week, now you see the options, you're thinking we can get with Director Edwards and email you the exact numbers. Hey, this is how many more people we need, and if we chose safety resource officers, this is how much it's gonna actually cost. And Director Edwards can also say, this is how many people applied for my vacancies, and here's how many people I can feel comfortable that we could hire. But I still believe we will need another option, even if the board says, yeah, we want to go with 6, because you have to have somebody on day one. We have to have, even if it's, okay, we'll still do a small contract with JSO for the schools that we don't have covered. JSO will cover those, but we felt a real need to share these things since that law just was enacted, allowing the school security guard.
And the commission is watching to make sure we add.
And they just met last week, so we had the most up-to-date information.
I don't know, through the chair to Michelle's, if you have this information offhand, but understanding that off-duty JSO would cost us somewhere in $50 to $60 an hour range. And understanding that our resource officers are salaried, JSO would be hourly, there are some kind of outfit costs to hiring a new officer. My understanding is that it is cheaper in an hourly equivalent breakdown. If you were to take salary and benefits and divide it by hours, it's cheaper for us to hire school resource officers than it is to contract with JSO. Is that so I think there's another data point that's important to the conversation. And when, again, I don't want to speak for Chief Edwards, but when I spoke with him, what I said was, could we phase in, 25% a year in elementary schools? And he said he thought that would be doable. I'd give him the option to kind of break down exactly what that looks like and what he thinks it is. But we didn't talk about let's do it all at one time, but we said, is there a way to phase this in? And he felt confident that there was, and continues to believe it's the best option.
Is there a way that, obviously, if you're a school SRO at a middle or high school, your job is going to be a lot different than if you're an SRO at an elementary school? Is there an option of creating just a separate pool of elementary SROs and maybe not the salary, the price point on the salary is not as at the same point as a middle or high school SRO? It wouldn't be significantly less, but it would be less because your responsibilities are not the same.
As a chair to board member Joyce, it would have to be negotiated. That union, the police department union, would have to negotiate that they would accept a different type
position because it really is the same position. And I got people, I feel my hair back, breathing heavy down my back behind me. But we would have to go to the police union because I don't think they'd see it the same way that you, and.
I don't know how they couldn't. I mean, it's a different, it's apples and oranges. It really is. There are serious differences at the elementary level than you have at the high school and the middle level.
We don't do that with our teachers.
That's just different, that's like comparing apples and oranges.
The
It's not the same.
negotiations with FOP are public, so I'm sure they would be glad for you to go and sit in that and listen to that debate and make your argument.
I'll also
And
tell you that there are surrounding counties that pay more than we do
Yeah.
for their resource officers.
Yeah.
So we're already competing with the surrounding counties. There are some other employment issues that, balance some of that, but anyway.
Well, and I think too, different elementary schools have some different challenges as well. I think that I understand the thought. I'm not sure that would be embraced. I think that would be difficult. The biggest thing is, and maybe that could be at our next meeting with Chief Edwards, is being able to decide what is our answer for this year. And then developing that strategy for how do we phase it in, and then finding the money to do it.
Time is of the essence.
That's what I was gonna say. My concern is if we're gonna do RFP, can we do one and have a response whereby we can have the schools covered by day one, first day of school? That's my concern. And maybe having some type of hybrid between SROs, the private contractor, and the school safety assistants. Because we got some of the schools, about 40, some schools covered.
I think we're better.
Okay, about 50 of the schools covered with school safety assistants. If they don't leave for green pastures, but we have to do something. We gotta be compliant on day one. So that's my concern.
Dr. Green?
And Karen can correct me if I say anything incorrect, but all we're saying about JSO, which that is something that you can move forward with, is that we can't do it for the $17 an hour. I truly believe we will need JSO no matter what we do, because if somebody takes a day off and we can't find, we're gonna have to call JSO and say we need to have an officer over at this school and we have to pay for that contract. I think our number one concern was to make sure everyone understood we won't get the $17.15 an hour version. Again, they indicated they cannot do that.
And that ends this fiscal year.
It ended. It ended on the last day of school.
Remember Anderson, and behind this week.
Yeah, I have a few questions, thank you. I guess I'll say, in general, just to start with where my thought ahead is on this, to begin with, is the school resource officer allows the position to be so much more than any of the other options. And I continue to think about social emotional needs and mental health and well-being, and I think that a school resource officer, even at the elementary level, really helps enhance that landscape because they can do so much. They can do so much more. So I think that there's significant value added there for that position. With that being said, I'm wondering how we decide which schools get JSO officers now versus safety assistants.
They don't have to say, go ahead.
To Chair, well, the schools that have safety assistants, that's their location.
So we hire them for certain schools, or we choose who gets a safety assistant, who gets a JSO officer?
Well, I think Director Edwards,
Sorry.
Director Edwards?
Chair.
Yeah. Green, Chief Edwards makes that decision on the assignment of the school safety assistant.
Okay.
And they do meet with the principal, because I know that there's like an interview with the principal to make sure that it's a match. And so the principal does have input.
Okay. If we were going to need to increase an hourly rate, whether that is for a security guard or for continuing with JSO, is there space to address, or do we think it even matters addressing the hourly rate for the safety assistant? If we are paying them more, do we get a bigger applicant pool? That's just a thought. If we're going to keep that position in place. The other thing is, I'm with Board Member Jones. I'm curious to know how long the RFP process will take, and what do we outline in the RFP process? Because I think that, do we have room to say, we need to make sure that the security guards that will come into our school understand their role, responsibility, what it is to work with children. I'm curious why a security guard agency, if you will, is able to fill positions, but we couldn't fill a safety assistant position. So what is the difference in requirements, in training, in the process that allows them to have a large pool, but we might not be able to have a pool? And can we mitigate any of that? So if we pay more, if we look at our hiring process, I mean, it sounds like it's probably costing us a lot of time and money and effort to bring in lots of applicants and lose most of that opportunity, for hiring. So I think that some of those questions need to be asked, because in an RFP, I certainly don't want to just bring on the lowest bidder security guard that is not prepared or capable of being with children in this unique role and position. That is, I would want to make sure that they were well informed and willing to do this job with children in the school.
Don't you think that'll make it even harder in a lot of ways? Because I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I would imagine when you think about police, and you don't always think about the social and emotional piece of it. So I guess that would be great to be able to get.
I think the police officer, the law enforcement officer that comes in as a school resource officer, because the position is so different, it's allowed to be different, and they can do so much more in the school, working with children, interacting with children, really helping relieve some of the burden. When we've got a discipline problem, the school resource officer can take a walk around the school and we can talk about things. Like that's a huge additional value that a dean doesn't have to do, that a school counselor doesn't have to do, that an assistant principal doesn't have to do. And so I think that's important. I don't think that a security guard, or even our safety assistants, they're not even allowed to do that. So I don't think that when we look at an RFP with a security firm that we would have those expectations either. I kind of feel like it's a bit of a silly position, personally. They just monitor perimeters. So we're paying a lot of money for a monitor, which I can't imagine sitting in that role and how boring that would be, how painfully boring that would be. And so I agree that there's space to look at the real value versus the cost. But more specifically, we need something else in place. So if we're going to go out to an RFP, if we want to get security guards involved, how do we make sure that contracting process ensures that we have safe, capable, well-intentioned staff?
Well, the RFP dictates the proposal that must come to the school district, and inside the RFP, you have sets of criteria that would be in place. It's my understanding that the security guards have to meet the same requirement as the school safety assistants.
So they go through a psychological, they go through all
we
of
can
those
put that in the RFP, that they all have to do the
need to
same,
do that.
need to do that. The second piece is that they would be just like safety systems. They don't interact with, their goal,
Right.
they're not to be interacting with, their goal is protect.
The sentence.
Which you think is just kind of a waste.
I mean, I think it's a bit of a silly position. I mean, when we could have a position that's capable of doing so much more. And I realize, and you know, I've participated. I came to the board meeting where this conversation happened, although I was not sitting on this board, and I understand that there is a significant cost associated with increasing our school resource officer staff. I would just like to really see some hard numbers at what that actually looks like. If we are allowed, or is it even an option to increase the salary or the rate for a safety assistant so that it's comparable, where it's a savings from JSO, but maybe comparable with the security guard? Do we think that would make a difference in our options for hiring, increase our pool? I mean, I just don't want to continue to run into issues where we're not compliant, and we've got issues with the safety commission and our reporting to the state. So there's just a lot of things I feel like should be worked out, and I would certainly like to see the numbers for our SROs with benefits. What is that number?
Coming through the chair, I appreciate the conversation. I think when this was sprung on the board, and even though we weren't on the board, it was a quick thing that happened quickly. I think we rallied, and we ended up here because it was quick. I think now we can sort of pause and look at a longer term view. I appreciate the conversation with Director Edwards around sort of scaling in and doing some things that way, because I don't think this is going to go away. So we're going to have this sort of issue as we move forward in the next 5-10 years. So figuring out what do we want to be the sustainable approach to having security at our schools. And I would love to see as well the cost, how many folks are applying, and whatnot, the pool for both assistants and for the SROs to see, so we can make an informed decision and still comply and see what that language is specifically on what date we have to have it by and those sorts of pieces.
If there's a follow-up too, I am more curious to know about where Director Edwards' thought process is on assigning, because if we're going to have some hybrid of JSO, resource officer, security guard, safety assistant, I mean, obviously those decisions need to be equitable and thought out. I mean, I can imagine phone calls now, like, why do I need a security guard? Right? How come this school needs a JSO officer, and and so just being more informed about what goes into making those decisions. If we're going to go with the hybrid process, which I think a hybrid model, which I think is maybe the only solution.
Yeah, I think that's our only
at this
option.
point, right? I mean, it's the only solution.
So it sounds like, Dr. Green, there's a desire for Chief Edwards to present. And Ms. Bagley, if you can identify areas where we can find money buried in the budget that's tucked away, or as Board Member Smith or I has identified where we may have to make some hard decisions like we've made over the past few years. When we looked at different options to identify dollars, but the urgency is that we have to be here by the time school starts, because they are looking very hard for any school that is not in compliance with any piece of the
I get that.
Douglas.
Yeah, I understand that, which is why I think, time is of the essence here, and gathering more information is important. I think in the meantime, if this board wants to signal that, we want to move forward with hiring some number of SROs so that Chief Edwards doesn't lose some of the applicants that he currently has, because we don't have those vacancies open, and there are a lot of districts looking for these positions now. I mean, I think we have an opportunity to at least send some signals that are more than gathering information, if that is the desire of the board. I respect and understand that there are some compliance issues that go along with that are going to lead to some tough economic decisions, but I asked, as we look at the allocation plan and thinking about going, moving back closer to the 18 to 19 students, do we do that more slowly? Because these are safety-related positions in our district. You know, I don't think that there's money under a rock somewhere. In fact, I know there isn't because I've looked under all the rocks through all the district. But I do think that there are some tough decisions and priorities that we've had to make over time as a board, and to me, this is one of them. That we both have to solve from the financial side to allow for the personnel side.
And it sounded like, Dr. Green, you were going to find out from Chief Edwards that the number of applicants that he may have that would qualify, and we're not, we're hoping that it's 45.
I will
Nice
have,
little thing.
Well,
he
you know,
is out the rest. Is he at the training for the rest of the week?
Is he on vacation?
No, he's at a school safety specialist training.
I would be glad.
Right, yeah, he's on vacation. He's not on vacation.
Vice Chair Jones, you were going to say something? Board Member Joyce?
Oh, I was just gonna make a comment. When I was at my community meeting last night, there was an officer from JSO that did the analysis on crime in the new area. And she did say that they are having a really hard time retaining police officers and that it's a crisis. And it reminded me of our teacher crisis. So I think maybe some of those that are leaving are maybe applying for these positions.
Well, no, a lot of them are, those are retiring good candidates for these SRO positions. The ones that are leaving, they're going to other districts because they have a dedicated, defined benefits plan, not a 401k. So we're becoming a training ground for police officers and firefighters.
You know, I will say too that a couple of weeks back, I emailed Dr. Green, I was asking some questions about funding, and I believe that the number of the allocation for the safety line item for the district is somewhere around 8.7 million from the state don't.
6 million after
Somewhere
this
around
year
there.
with the charter stuff.
Yeah, so it gets even smaller.
Right.
But that's just, it doesn't nearly cover the costs even as it is. So, I just feel like it's continues to be a relevant part of the conversation that we have to make these very, very tough decisions. We want what's best for our children. We want to do what's in the best interest for the safety, well-being, and security of children and staff. And here we are, pinching pennies. And it's just really unfortunate because it's not, the mandates are there. We have to be compliant by August 1st, and we don't have the funds to make it happen. And that's just really continues to be frustrating.
One option that we might want to consider is asking JSO to partner with us in lobbying the legislature and funding SROs for elementary schools statewide. I mean, because I think we all agree that that's the way to go. But in meeting with Senator Bradley last year, he said that if they had funded the SROs, then everybody would have hired SROs.
Well, and then I think, and I don't mean, but my concern is with the passage of the ability to arm teachers. It's, that is your cheaper option. And if anybody wants to read it, I have that 300 or 400 page document from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in which there is a comment. This might not be a direct quote, but with the idea being that the more guns on campus, the better. So just to give you an idea of where that is, but you can.
Well, speaking of that, again, at the community meeting last night, the officer indicated that there are substations and then there are stop stations. And, we have a high school, Wolfson, that has a substation.
That's not
not
anymore.
But, I don't know why. But, I think it could be, if we could talk about, partnering with JSO to have stop stations at some of our schools. You would always have an officer there.
Get out there all the time. stop station is just for them to go do the report, go to the bathroom, relax, and then go back to work.
The law requires somebody on campus all time.
Substation, they do that 24. I mean, all day, but stop station.
And we've never had a substation in a high school?
Yeah,
We
once.
have.
Yeah, we had Wilson, it was next door, but, they,
They didn't have to interact with the
It
children.
really
No.
wasn't an interview.
No, it wasn't
yeah.
but it was just location. So, is there any, this is good conversation, but it's 2:30, we still have one more thing on the agenda. And we have asked Dr. Green that this be addressed at our next upcoming meeting. And, so we can get some specifics, but I think that there is a consensus to me. It sounds like SRO officers are preferable, but coming up with a strategy and finding the pot of gold that allows us to do it. It's kind of the direction that we're asking for. Can we go ahead and move on to the next item on the workshop? Is that okay? All right. We're on to Teach for America, Dr. Green.
Yeah, we need to change up Chief of HR, Vicki Schultz, is going to come do a presentation on Teach for America. This presentation is not about making a recommendation one way or the other, but it is giving you information if we decide that we wanted to enter into a contract. You needed to know information as to, some of you have been here since Teach for America was implemented and others have not. And we've had conversation with the new executive director, which she's sitting here, and have shared our concerns, even though I'm not been here but for 1 year, of information that I've gathered either from our principals or community, other individuals who may have been involved with anything to do with Teach for America. So Ms. Schultz is giving a presentation and giving you background information about where we are. Go.
All right. So this is what I love to talk about. So hopefully I'll get your brownies going. So want to talk about, first of all, about our current strategies that we're using to hire teachers. We of course have our traditional, where we have our teacher fairs, we have the word of mouth, individuals sending their resumes in and we ask them to come in for interviews. The second one is targeted recruitment and marketing. So that's where we go to colleges and universities, maybe in Ohio, or where we know applicants are available, and we go to them and we offer them open contracts to come to us. We also have EPI, so you know that we brought an agenda item to you in order to bring in, thank you, Dr. Green, to bring in 50 additional EPI teachers this year. And so we've identified those individuals, and most of them have already been placed at schools because we needed them placed in order to get their visa and get them on board because they obviously have to relocate from another country. We also have Ready, Set, Teach, which prepares individuals with a bachelor's degree. They take courses with our staff on lesson planning and delivery and classroom management, and they help them pass their subject area exams so that they hit the ground running once they're hired. We have the START program, so that's for our UOPD, our paraprofessionals and civil service, where we are putting them through classes with St. Leo University so that they will be teachers. We are in our second cohort and interviewing for our third cohort. The first one had 16 in it, the next one had 18 in it, and then we're even growing in numbers in that group, so we're hoping to have at least 25 in the next cohort. We also had Jumpstart, where we identified a group of applicants who were not getting hired, and we put them through training the last 9 weeks of school so that They actually kind of had a boot camp on how to be a teacher the last 9 weeks of school so that they would be prepared to hit the ground running at the new year.
I just want to give kudos to Vicki because Vicki came up with the idea about Jumpstart. Jumpstart was taking some teachers that may have been non-reappointed, and those of us who taught my first year, I'm not sure it was memorable for anybody. Maybe those children remember me, but I'm just saying it was a rough year. And sometimes people get non-renewed because that year was so tough. Vicki came up with the idea, let's go find these teachers and see if we can't save them, sort of reboot their career. She put them through a 3-week boot camp. The last 9 weeks they got to co-teach with another effective teacher. And I've had principals say, you know what, I wouldn't have hired, but I'm now going to keep these. I've had 2 that have told me they're teaching. So Vicki's being very modest and that.
So we also have Project Rewind that started yesterday, and so those were people who were identified to not return, and they're at Lee now going through yet another boot camp or Project Rewind where we're teaching them so that they can have a second chance. So
and how is that different from Rewind? Is these were teachers who were leaving the district?
They were being released.
Okay.
So either classroom management or.
But that was the non-reappointment. How is that different than Jumpstart?
Right. So Jumpstart were actually individuals who were in our applicant pool and no one would hire them.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And so, we are finding teachers and making teachers. So this connects to my math background. You remember the function box and whatever went in, something came out. So I have my little teacher box that we're putting people in and we're spitting out teachers. I shouldn't use the word spit, but anyway. So the next piece is the historical snapshot of vacancies. And so the 300 projected is, it changes absolutely every day. So on last Monday, we had 460 vacancies, but we still had 70 sitting in surplus, so that makes it go down even further, and we're actively placing those teachers. We also had 120 on open contract. Usually about 50% of those will end up coming and relocating, so that's about 60 that we're still looking to place. And then at our teacher fair on Friday, we hired 136 teachers and 86 paraprofessionals. And then 2 weeks from yesterday, on the 24th of this month, we'll be having a teacher fair at Arlington Middle for the Schools of Innovation. So we are out there finding and making teachers. The next piece is just a historical of Teach for America and the cohorts. And even, I think even this year we had 13 individuals that joined us, 17. So TFA's been with us for quite some time. Just this chart shows that for the most part, we've been placing TFA in our Title I schools consistently. And the next chart shows where they've been placed, elementary, middle, and high. And you can see that about 65% of them have been at the secondary level, although again, the majority have been at Title I schools. And this is how TFA has helped fill in for our hard-to-staff areas of science, reading, and math. 55% of them have been placed in those content areas. And now you can see where the highest number of TFAs have been placed. Over the chart that I had just showed previously, so over those cohorts. And of course, every school is not listed. These are just the numbers, or the highest numbers were placed. So this chart shows, on average, the percent that are staying beyond their second year. I will say that TFA is working on a bridge program wherein their teaching candidates are encouraged to work on their master's degree their second year and into their third year. So by working on their master's degree, number one, it makes them want to stay for the third year, and then after that makes them want to go into a leadership position somewhere in the district. So they're refining their process with an intent to make sure that they stay beyond the 2 years.
I'm sorry,
So,
can I just
yes.
ask one clarifying point on that? So when you say they're refining their process to make sure that they stay beyond the 2 years, is that just stay in Jacksonville in the district or stay in teaching?
So they are being strategic in the applicants that they're identifying so that they're looking for people where Jacksonville's their first choice.
Right.
And then also some that either already have family here and look like they're more likely to stay in Jacksonville.
Sure, but I'm sorry, and maybe I correlated the two statements and they weren't, but you said they're working on this master's degree piece so that they're prepared to go into leadership somewhere in the district?
Right.
Is that connected to them staying in the district as
That's the desire, yes.
in a leadership position or in teaching?
Both. So
Okay.
some are teacher leaders.
Okay.
So we also surveyed our principals to see what their satisfaction was as it relates to TFA. And then you can see here 70% of them basically said they were either extremely satisfied or somewhat satisfied. So there was positive feedback from the principals. And then this chart shows the proposed TFA contract. You'll see that the first year there's a possibility, at least in this proposal, of 15 core members. And so there's $1,000 per member for recruitment. And then there's the first year, and then there's $1,000 that will eventually go into each applicant for certification. So they're just like us, they're finding that these teachers need help as it relates to passing certification exams. So they will offer online access to support, and then also will pay for tutors to make sure that they get certified. And then there's a fee for the second year, and you can see costing out if we do 15 members in 1920, and then possibly 25 the next year, and then 40 the next. So this is just the initial proposal.
So I have a question. How does this number, how is it different going through TFA? Because 105,000 for 15 looks like a lot. If I read that right. And so if we hired 15 people who are not with TFA, what would the cost of the district be?
So our recruitment costs are less as a district. I think I'm hearing your question correctly, is less than $200 per applicant.
So
That doesn't include how much we spend in helping with certification. So we do that too.
that just seems like a large outlay for 15. For 15 teachers.
What's the comparison like to the EPI and rates that teach?
So EPI, we actually for the first 3 years, actually the first 2 years, doesn't cost us any additional money because we do pay for them, but the amount we pay is less than the amount we don't pay in benefits because we don't pay benefits on those individuals. So it doesn't cost. They don't cost us any additional money.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess one of the questions that I had is why do we do this? Why would we do this? What do we get out of it?
To the board chair, to board member Anderson. Well, one, historically, this was part of, and I forget the letters, QEA.
Right.
And the funding was sort of, the school district paid a portion, but there were private providers, private funders, not providers, to pay for Teach for America. We still have core members in our schools. And coming here, the question has constantly, I probably get it like once every month. Are you bringing TFA back? Are you bringing TFA back? And I said, well, I don't know. I have shared data with the board that shows in our most struggling schools, we have the least experienced teachers, regardless. TFA, they just got out of college. That's where most of our new hires are in our most struggling schools, and that is an issue. I also showed the board a slide where it shows schools that have more stability in their teachers, veterans, their school grades seem to be higher than schools that do not have that. Do you remember? It was like an X. Showed you the more years of experience, the higher school grades were, the less school experience, the lower the school grades are. So I have shared with the executive director, so I do have a concern. Most of this funding would come from Title I funding, and schools I'm most concerned about, why would we do this? And so we did have the conversation that even if the board agreed or wanted to enter into this, that we could no longer allow certain grade levels. So 3 through 5, no, we couldn't put TFA in that stuff. We couldn't, because that's the grade levels that have high stakes testing, and so we opened the K to 2, and in secondary levels where that is where we got most of the satisfaction from our high school principals. They were the highest, saying yes. And there is something to be said when you're teaching a high school core content that you're coming from a degree that lives, breathes. So you have a degree in biology. Okay, so your core content is in that same realm. So maybe that's why high school is easier, and that we would only consider secondary and then elementary could only be grades K through 2, so that we are supporting our schools in a way that you have vacancies, we're trying to help fill those vacancies, but at the same time, we can't leave this to chance. We need to do our very best to have certified people whose certification is in elementary ed or who have teaching experience. Because even in the restart or rerun, jumpstart, those individuals all do have some form of teaching experience. We're just coming back, refining, and helping them get in touch with some things that, just like I said, my first year, there's stuff I didn't know that I didn't know. So we felt, because it was being asked and constant, well, we'll just bring a conversation to the board, and that it starts the conversation about what we need to do. And there is the conversation of the cost. And that's why we use Title I funding to support that cost. And if you're using Title I funding, therefore it must be in Title I schools. But we do have a number of Title I high schools that have openly said that this has been positive for them. But at the elementary, that is where I hold, for me, most of my concern, because that's where we've seen if you saw there were 2 schools that are in EO and you saw they had a high number of Teach for America, and we need to make sure we're not setting ourselves up.
Is there a way to, I'm trying to remember the conversation from 3 years ago?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Because I think part of that conversation was return on investment with how many people stayed in teaching. You know, I'm a little concerned or need more information on the, you know, stay 2 or 3 years and then move to leadership if the goal is to get people in teaching, because then that sounds like we're still replacing teachers versus somebody who's committed to being an educator in the classroom for an extended period of time. And I'm just wondering what happens if we take this money and put that into more aggressive recruiting or advertising in Alaska that, you know, Jacksonville would be a great place to be. Those are my questions. I just, it seems like in our, and I don't have it, but in the strategic abandonment that we did, it seems like we looked at, didn't we look at student achievement or something? It seems like there was something in there that we just, there was a question about return on investment and the cost of the program.
Well, and the other thing was that the leaving in 2 or 3 years. I think that was always an issue. Don't want to
But
look at
that's
you,
something
but-
that we deal with. I mean, it's not just Teach for America. It's whether you're hiring, wherever you're hiring, you're seeing teachers leave the classroom before the first 5 years, first, second, third year. They're leaving. So it's not a Teach for America issue.
Well, but they.
It's an issue.
It's costly.
I'm just saying, if
Exactly.
it's 15 teachers for that price to have them leave, that's my question.
Okay, and that's a fair question, but just understand that whatever we do, teachers are leaving after 2 or 3 years. And, you know, these are relatively young teachers that come in with Teach for America. And when we have young teachers come in, everybody wants to improve their lifestyle. And, you know, whether it's a Teach for America teacher or whether it's, you know, any teacher, they want to get their master's degree and they maybe want to become an assistant principal or a principal, or they have higher aspirations, or a board member. They have higher aspirations. So, you know, that's a great point. Cost factor, you know, that's something to talk about. There's other things.
I think the cost factor and those other things, it's not like you're paying this and you're guaranteed, you're seeing anything different is my point. It kind of is all in there together.
And I always understood that they had a finite time here, that they were going to move on because that was the model. Maybe I was wrong.
Well, my concern is that, through the chair to Ms. Schultz, how many positions did we have this year that were substitute teachers that were teaching, you know, the entire year in those classrooms? I don't know how many. But that's, you know, I know when I started teaching this year at Stillwell, we had probably 5, 6 maybe substitute teachers, and they were teaching month after month after month. I think eventually we got some of those positions filled, but that's an issue when you have a substitute teacher in a classroom long term. They're not qualified, and your grade's going to suffer. Your academic of that school's going to suffer.
Yeah, and through the chair, like of course I'm closer to this issue than most.
You're biased.
Yeah, a little biased. But I do think it's important that we look at all factors. As a board member, I think it's important. I think we should look at what ROI looks like. The comparison with like teachers who go into like spaces, the retention rates there. The other piece is the training development one gets before you become a teacher. So what does one get through a Teach for America program before they step foot in the classroom versus if you don't, you just get hired. So I think there's certain things we can look at to ensure it and look at the ROI. what does the VAM scores look like, Teachers of the Year ratings at schools. And I know it wasn't me talking to Dr. Green asking her about Teach for America every month. No, I know, I'm just letting folks know. But there are principals, because I'm in an area where a lot of the schools that I have are Teach for America or Teach for America schools, and principals will come. It's a part of the puzzle piece that they put together to put together their staff. And I think it's a part that's been around for a while, so they kind of look to it as a piece of it. And I think Dr. Green put it best, when you have that hybrid mix of veteran and new, and it's what makes a culture at a school great, and I think you need that. So those are the things that I would just put out there for us to consider as a board when we think about this.
I think there, I guess to me, it seems to be it's better that we have a full-time teacher that's my hope. And I know certainly at the high school level, I think that may be the area we might want to focus, because if we can have a full-time teacher as opposed to a sub all year or in and out, I think it's more beneficial than not having a teacher or having to do what they call it, a group teacher. I think that's also not good for our students. So I'm torn. I'm concerned about the cost. That's the big concern I have is overall cost, and how do we get that cost down at the same time to make sure that we have a full-time teacher in the classroom as many as possible for our students, and whether QEA can partner with us again and help reduce some of that cost.
I was just going to ask, what were y'all thinking for the revenue, or for the amount that
How are we gonna pay for it?
yeah.
Title I.
But then that's Title I dollars that aren't going to be used elsewhere. The schools don't have flexibility to put into other needs.
Well, there are district Title I that the district would be using. We wouldn't.
The school has
We're not
to take
taking.
their school Title
We're
I.
not taking anything from schools.
But I mean, but still, that would
I mean,
be
it would be
district Title I
something, it would
funds
be
that would be
something
used.
we would use it for something else. But always, it would always be, is this a
Sure.
choice? But it's not impacting general funds. It's our Title I or Title IV, our federal funds.
I think we still are in that space, and I know you mentioned it before, and this is where I can see the merits of teaching. I want to start, by saying that. I think, again, when you're talking about our hardest to reach students and our hardest to staff schools, we're using Title I dollars, so they have to go to Title I schools. I just think that the need for those children is so great, and it's just very costly. So I want to make sure that there was some additional value, and I know I've had some conversation about what a TFAR can bring to the table in that school space, because I think we could spend much less recruiting to put warm bodies in classrooms. And so I think that if this is a route we're going to take, all of the merit of why we would make this decision would have to be very clear, because I don't think that for these children in these schools that it makes sense to have a revolving door of inexperience. I wonder in this contract if there are guarantees. I think that before part of what I was looking at, if I'm accurate, when I was looking into the contract previously, that we had to place X number of TFA teachers before we could bring in other people. If at some point, let's imagine we don't have a 300-person vacancy or 400-person vacancy. Are we required to place TFA teachers over hiring other candidates? Can a principal say, this person fills this role better, but we've promised that we're going to put 5 TFA teachers in that space? I would want to just be careful about getting us into that into that situation where we're not able to take the most qualified, most effective, most prepared candidate. I'm also thinking, you said that people are asking you about TFA.
Not all politics. Some people ask me other questions about.
Sure. I wonder, we know that QA brought this here. I would be curious to see where those folks stand on this move and what their willingness to partner or be friends of the district and in other ways if this was an initiative we wanted to move forward with. So that would be interesting to me to know as well.
Through the chair to Dr. Drain, what was the funding source previously? You said we're using Title I funding now, but previously when we had the contract, what was the funding source?
I believe it was Title I.
It was Title I.
And funds from the QE.
Yeah, funds from QE.
Majority.
Which was a 10-year commitment.
Right.
Majority.
With guarantees. With guaranteed placements.
Board Member Smith Morris, I feel like you're standing in the corner.
I just had to stand up for a while. It's been a long day.
Waiting for you to weigh in.
I want to hire SRS.
Yes, sorry.
No, I understand the Title I funds. It's a different pot. No, I mean, I look, I have been through, seen, understand TFA as a strategy for teacher recruitment. I think we've yet to really see it as a strategy for teacher retention. And so my question would be to the superintendent, sort of, is this something that you are asking the board to do as part of a suite of options as to how we get to a more stable, sophisticated, high-performing teaching corps, really, ultimately? I mean, I think all of the questions of cost that have been raised are certainly good ones and things that I think that we need to vet, but to me, it's more about if the board says to you, which we have, one of our priorities is high-quality teaching in every classroom, and specifically that recruitment and retention is a big part of how we get there. Are you saying to us, this is part of the toolbox that we have to move forward with in order to get there? I'm not asking you that question today because I hear what you're saying, is I just want to know where the board sits on this. But that would be what I would say to you and to Ms. Schultz as you kind of think about that challenge that the board has laid out. Is this essential to getting there?
To the chair, to Board Member Smith Flores. Here is what I would say. We have multiple strategies, as Ms. Schultz shared. And we still today have close to 300 vacancies. We have to continue to look at every opportunity that we think could benefit the district. Teach for America is a very touchy subject because of things that happened in the past.
I was here for all that, so
You were here for all of that. And everything that we've tried to do this year, we've tried to either restore, repair, work together to solve big issues and big problems. This is, though an expensive option, is something that when someone comes to me and says, so do you think it's okay that you have 5 substitutes teaching all of that and you didn't take advantage? I want to be able to have a good answer that says, yes, I feel comfortable with this because of the other strategies that we are using to get to that point. But if I can't say, yes, I need to also have confidence and says, we've reviewed everything about Teach for America. Although we think it helps us with recruiting, I don't know that it's a long-term solution to teacher vacancies, because one of the areas that I have not mentioned that is of concern is after 3 years you get a master's degree and the goal is to put you in leadership. Well, leadership has to be able to support the teachers in the classroom, and if you have not had, and you don't even have enough, the level of experience that someone who went to college, I went to college for College of Education, Ms. Joyce, I who went to the college for college, we came out as teachers. That's what our goal, and it was only after being in the classroom we felt, you know what, I think I can do something else that would be more impactful to children. So I decided to go down the leadership path, and Ms. Joyce decided to go down the school board member path. It isn't that, oh, I know nothing, you know, somebody said you could go work in the medical field, and Dr. Green, even though you don't have that, in 2 years I can help you be a surgeon. And I just believe, and I'm not sharing anything that I haven't shared with Ms. Palmer, that's concerned, that they need more experience before we can say they're ready to be an assistant principal or principal after just 3 years or the minimum, and you get a master's degree, therefore now you should just leave the classroom and become an administrator. So today was about getting feedback from the board to either say to Ms. Schultz, you know what, we need to come back and have a conversation about the proposal that was given to us, and maybe we have to say, well, this year we can't afford this amount, or we need you to draw something else up differently that gives us an opportunity to be more in alignment with feeling like we're getting a return on our investment. Or we're going to leave and say, please provide them more data on how our current TFA teachers are performing at the schools where they are today. You want us to come back with more information, but today was really about, we can't not talk about TFA. We need to. And if I get the sense that the board is supportive and moving forward, then we're going to move forward. But I will tell you, part of the concern is, what's your answer when I go to a school and there's multiple subs? And here, somebody did come with a solution, although expensive. You know, 15 is, when you have over 300, 15 doesn't sound like a whole lot. And I have to agree with Ms. Hershey that, gosh, $100,000 for 15 board members is a lot. However, on the other side of my hand, I look at, okay, I've got a high school that has 5 vacancies, and maybe 3 of those could have filled full-time positions in that one particular school. So it's a very tough question to answer, and I think it can be a beginning strategy for recruitment. Don't know how well of a strategy it is for retention.
And I think you make some really good points, both in terms of why to consider it and why to consider it with some very concrete stipulations about expectations, and certainly any placement into a leadership position would be at the district's discretion, and according to our hiring practices and, you know, who's in the queue and whatever. I can't say that no one is ready for leadership after 3 years of teaching. I probably thought I was, but I wasn't. So, you know.
We polled your teacher, your kids that you taught, and they told us what you were running.
So, but I think that all can be part of the strategy. The only other question that I would have, which you may not have a concrete answer to today, but I know just like all the rocks we turn over in the general fund, there aren't Title I rocks hiding money. And so what's the trade-off? You know, if we do move forward with this, what are the supplemental supports that we would no longer be providing in these schools because of the needs that we know that they have, which you don't have to answer today, except it looks like maybe you have an answer.
I do. Okay. To the chair, to Board Member Smith Flores, before we even had a conversation about Teach for America, Dr. Krisner and Ms. Jung and Ms. Bagley and soon to be Dr. Moshe. Sorry. Had gotten together with making sure that the general was fully balanced, and whatever needs needed to be in, whether it's Title I, Title IV, Title III, all our entitlements, all of that was taken care of first. So the dollars that we're looking at, that would have just been an opportunity to say, let's look at the landscape of what we've got going on in our Title I schools. Is there something else we can do to be more supportive? That's where this 100,000, that instead of 105,000 or 110,000, that is what we would be. That's what we would be looking at. So my answer is we took care of all of our needs. What we felt, these are things that we cannot allow to seep through the crack.
I heard you.
It's been a long day. I need some more water. Crack. And before we even thought we could even have a conversation about TFA.
Okay, yeah, no, that's, and it looks like there's some, not a lot, a little bit of economy that comes with having more core members. So I'll leave that to you all to recommend what the right balance is.
I've always been concerned that in the classroom, in the schoolhouse, we can hire a teacher one week and they're in the classroom the next week, or the day before, and they're in the classroom and they have no training. Zero.
That was me.
Oh my goodness.
I'm that person.
So, Dr. Green, could you explain the training that the TFA teachers, when they come in, they have before they start teaching on the first day? Do you have that information?
Well, I don't have it to the level that probably Ms. Palmer could explain to you, or probably board member Willie could explain to you. But I do know they go through extensive training prior to entering into the classroom, and that they have somewhat sort of like their coach who throughout the year continues to provide training to their core members and checks on their core members. But I'm only privy to, I know that they do the professional development. I can't be detailed to say, well, it's 10 hours on this or 5 hours on that. But they do offer very extensive professional development to their core members.
Yeah, and I definitely think that can be a bring back to get that detailed information about that, because I think that's what sets it apart. And I wanted to speak to the fact that I think we have to, I like the hybrid idea of having a lot of different approaches to recruiting teachers, because this is the world I lived in, and talking with principals, talking with folks, it's not easy to recruit folks to come in to teach, period. And then have them come in and teach in harder staff schools is even harder. And most of those harder staff schools are in my district. So I'm a fan for being as creative as possible and figuring out how we do it. And we haven't quite figured it out. We've been trying to do it for years and years and years. It's not changing, because the profession is not necessarily changing. And we have to figure out what we do to change that. And some of it, yes, it is having different programs, but it's also looking at other aspects of what we do. So I'm appreciative of the different hybrid method and ensuring. And the other piece too is now we're also in competition, like for teachers, with other counties, with charter schools and other things. And so it's going to get more and more tough to recruit teachers into our county. So we have to figure out what we do to make that happen. And I think there's ways to do it.
I think in the conversations I've had too, if we're going to spend this money, if we're going to bring them in, they are getting this professional development. How does that come into our building? Are there ways to work together so that there is additional benefit or value from those people coming in? They're getting all this additional training. So how does that translate? Can they buddy up with someone else, or are there other creative ways to put this investment to use in our school? And I think that's just worth exploring if we're going to spend this money. I still worry about the required placement of 35, 50 teachers over other qualified applicants in specific schools. Yeah. So that would be something that, again, I would want to know.
Now, I did read, they talked to me. Ms. Young would like to address that because she used to be the chief of HR, and so I think she would like to say something.
through the chair, to the board, through the chair. Wanted to clarify that TFA core members are not placed at schools. Once they are hired, they're hired as district teachers, and then principals interview and select.
So we are not guaranteeing any placement.
We do not guarantee placement. We know that based on capacity and need, they will be placed, but we do not say that this school will have 5 core members, and so therefore to the exclusion of other candidates that are in the pool. They are hired as district hires, just like when HR goes out and they recruit open contracts, they're hired to the district, and principals have the opportunity to interview and select core members. So I just wanted to clarify that they would not be placed to the exclusion of other candidates.
So they go through the exact same interviewing process as any other candidate.
They do. So again, it's really TFA is a source of supply. I mean, I hate to think about that because we're talking about personnel, we're talking about people. But they add people to our source of candidates for all of the schools to be able to select. Now we do, and Vicki, you can pick up at any point, because I really just wanted to clarify that one piece. There are priorities set for schools based on identified need and the agreement between the district and TFA.
In Title I.
Right, in Title I.
Ms. Chastain, do you have any board policies or anything with conflict that we need to discuss or not?
I've already spoken to the board member and the Office of General Counsel has it. I think we're good. Given
Okay.
that, was really resigned some time ago.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
All right. I know you all want to stay here till 5 o'clock when it's time to go to the city
It's
hall,
not.
but I don't want to wrap up this conversation with this 3. And Dr. Green, I'm sorry.
I just have a request. The spiral packets that we gave, if you would just leave that on the table, you will get a new spiral packet. That just deal with the 500 million, that number, and we wanted that correct as well.
And I
Yeah.
get to keep this one too,
You-
my notes.
Okay, you keep it for your, just rip out that page.
Which one?
It was the page where board member Willie said, doesn't 24% equal like 120 million?
Okay.
The donut page. Yes,
Are you
we call it
gonna
donut.
respiral
Page
these?
5.
Page 5.
Like, can I just put my name on it?
You're not gonna
That new
read,
page
you
in?
have a very new book.
Oh,
Definitely.
Oh, okay. Then I will leave it. Okay.
So if you want to keep that for your notes, but you do that.
Because some of the, donut pieces that, like,
Doesn't add up to 120.
So tonight, it's my understanding that even though the city council meeting starts at 5, that we don't really need to be there until 6, but you might want to be there early if you're going to get a parking spot. And you can see we have a plethora of meetings and opportunities to be together again for the rest of this week. And coming up, but having said that, is there a motion? Oh, you want to say?
Remember, the parking in the garage across
Part, was
the
it all-
library, get a stamp and pay.
Say that again?
If you're going to the city council meeting,
no, it's not.
you park
But it
in the
might be.
garage on Duval Street, right off of Main Street, across from the library. When you go into City Hall, they have someone there that can stamp your ticket so you don't have to pay. As long as you go to the city council or committee meeting.
That's how they do the. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes. What is that?
But
Just got a call, that's why, from a council member that they may not even have a quorum tonight.
What? Oh, isn't that convenient?
No, it's,
And
I know.
it's five out of town, and then 2 are leaving early. So all they can do is listen to the community. They can have a public hearing and public comment, no vote if they don't have a quorum.
So we should go.
It'll move quickly.
They got 5 presentations.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move adjourned.
All right, it's moved by Vice Chair Jones and seconded by Board Member
Second, third, and
Flores.
fourth.
All right, we are adjourned.
And it was seconded by,
Yes, that's what I wrote. That's what I wrote.
she
I
made the,
can't.
she made the motion.
Warren did. Well, he, you know, whoever. If you want to give her credit for the motion, it's fine.
Give the credit.
I don't want bad.
Yeah, isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? Yeah, oh, how about if you go on a trip? I go on a trip. Like on vacation.
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm working mine. I'm working mine. I don't circulate. That's what just bags.
I want the
I
bag.
don't even need this. We don't need this.
Because it's a junior college finish, you have an official.
Because that's legally.
Can we have a meeting and be like, we can't vote on anything tonight? We don't have
I trust you. I want the bag there first.
Or they just want to listen anyway.
Yeah, but they can't vote. All they can do on our bill is listen.
Well, that's right.
They can't even vote.
Yes.